Chapter 31. On the Cusp. Echo. With a frustrated groan, I tossed the rag-wrapped ball of snow I was holding to the floor. I'd hardly slept all night because of the fiery throbbing in my cheek. The side I'd been hit on was the side I liked to sleep on. Holding ice to it helped the pain, but it was nearly impossible to doze off while keeping it in place. It was morning now, and lying down was getting exhausting, so I pushed myself up. Genevieve was still asleep, and attempting not to wake her, I quietly eased my feet into my boots. I managed to slip out of the tent unnoticed with my makeshift ice pack in hand, so I strode in a random direction, focusing on the sounds and smells of the waking camp in order to get my mind off of the coldness against my cheek. I kept wandering, shifting my hands every couple of minutes when my arm got tired of being held up, until eventually I found myself at the motor pool. At first, it appeared there was no one around, but upon closer inspection, I spotted Garcia near a vehicle, working on the flat metal side of it. I stood, watching him from a distance for a minute, debating whether or not I should even go over. He'd been Kellen's battle buddy for years, and the last thing that I needed was more trouble. But I'd always liked Garcia, and part of me felt like after yesterday, I should say something to him. "Hey," I greeted timidly when I reached him, dropping the ice pack from my face. Once I saw what he was actually doing over here, I was glad I'd come over. He was painting something onto the side of the vehicle. I'd never known he was an artist. He knew by my voice that it was me without having to look away, so he dipped his thick brush into the can of red paint and continued filling in the large American flag. "Hi." I wasn't really sure what to say to him now, and after a minute of me just standing there, he asked quietly, "You need something?" "Genevieve said you're changing platoons," I observed, repeating something she'd told me last night. Garcia simply nodded, so I added remorsefully, "I'm sorry." He was silent while he carefully traced the curved line of a waving flag, and then he replied flatly, "No, you're not." He was kind of right. I still felt guilty, but I didn't regret it anymore. I did what I thought I had to do. "For your loss, I am." Finished with the flag, he set the can down, finally turning around to look at me. It was the first time he'd seen me since yesterday, and when he caught sight of the swollen wound in my cheek, his eyes widened a bit, and his mouth turned down almost sympathetically. "Kellen was a good friend," he admitted with a light shrug. "But we all saw the way he was with you." His eyes ran over my cheek once more before he leaned over to rinse the brush in the tin of water. "I was with a group, years ago, before I found these guys. None of us really got along. We fought with each other, brutally, constantly." Done rinsing off the red paint, he dried the bristles with the rag while he continued haltingly. I get it. You know, Echo. This world changes you. He didn't give you a choice." I pursed my lips gratefully, and I wanted to express in words how much that forgiveness meant to me. But somehow it didn't seem appropriate. Garcia turned around and took a step back to study the painting from a distance, and the step he took put him directly at my side. "I didn't ask to leave the platoon because of you," he said, and then added, "Well, not exactly anyway." He glanced over at me, and at the curiosity in my face he continued, "Kellen was my battle buddy, and I feel like everyone else is going to be looking at me now, expecting me to hate you." Garcia raised one hand to scratch at the scruff growing on his face. "But that's not me. I don't need that pressure. You don't deserve it. I kind of figured it'd just be easier for both of us if I switch. To be honest, I'm a little disappointed, I told him, giving a friendly smile. You're a good guy, Garcia. He returned the smile thankfully, and a moment later his grin widened with mischief. Are you really sleeping with Genevieve? I felt my cheeks color a bit, but there was no way I was answering that question when Genevieve didn't want people really knowing. Glancing at the paint colors Garcia had, I noticed that he hadn't used some yet, and I figured he wasn't finished painting. Avoiding having to answer, I deliberately pointed to the side of the striker he was working on. What are you doing here? He studied me for a few moments. You lucky bitch, he eventually muttered with laughter, spotting the truth in my illusion. At least he didn't press the issue, and instead answered my question. Second platoon sergeant likes my drawings, so when they got back last night and found out I was coming over, he asked me to name the striker and paint an emblem on the side. He shrugged nonchalantly. I guess he thought it might be fun to have a mascot or something. So what are you going to name it? I asked curiously. No clue. He folded his arms across his chest to lean back and look at the painting again. That movement was so familiar. Got any ideas? I don't know, I mused with a slight shrug. I always thought these things kind of looked like giant bugs, like a cricket or something. Especially these tan ones. Garcia chuckled, saying amusedly, You want me to paint a cricket on the side of a tank? What, and call it Jiminy? You asked, I snickered, giving him a playful defensive push. I heard someone yell my name, and when I glanced back I could see Genevieve was running toward us. Could be funny, right? I finished saying to Garcia. Little bitty bug, big ol' striker. Genevieve reached us then, and both Garcia and I turned toward her when she stopped, panting heavily. What the hell? She breathed with vexation. What? I asked in confusion, watching her eyes dart back and forth between Garcia and I. She looked worried, maybe even panicked. And when I realized she might have been concerned I was going to get in a fight with him too, we were just talking. She didn't say anything because she was still trying to catch her breath, so I looked at Garcia. I gotta go. He nodded understandingly, but he had on that mischievous smile again as he mimicked the sound of a whip. I gave him another friendly shove, and while I strode away with Genevieve, he called, I'll paint a cricket. I gave him a thumbs up, but didn't get to say anything back because Genevieve practically glared. I was looking all over for you. I tensed my bottom lip down apologetically. Why'd you leave the tent? My cheek was hurting, I told her calmly, showing her the ice pack I was still holding in my hand. I needed to walk it off. I don't want you going anywhere alone for a while, she said. And when we continued past the location of our tent, I began to wonder where she was leading us. Are you worried that I'm gonna hurt someone? I asked, my voice portraying my offense, because I thought that she'd decided not to punish me. She offered no answer. Genevieve, I pressed. Genevieve. Still, she continued at my side without answering. Genevieve. I knew I was being completely annoying, but this was the most she'd spoken to me since yesterday. Even if she was aggravated, I didn't want it to stop. No, Echo, she interrupted impatiently, stopping to face me as she finally answered my question. I'm worried someone's gonna hurt you. Satisfied? I just looked at her, somewhat surprised that she was genuinely concerned for my well-being. Oddly, I confirmed, to which she rolled her eyes. At the risk of irritating her even more, I asked, Are we ever gonna talk about yesterday? What do you want to talk about? She said expectantly. How you encouraged him to hate you? How you bashed his head in with a rock? At that she visibly shuddered, but she didn't stop. How if I'd listened to you, I would have seen it coming and could have stopped it. How it never should have happened in the first place because this, she motioned between the two of us, never should have happened either. What is this exactly? I asked in annoyance, offended once more by the fact that she'd just given me more blame than I felt I deserved. Her head twitched with almost anger. Don't go there right now. I briefly threw up my hands in surrender. She'd done me a mercy yesterday by letting me off the hook. Annoyed or not, the last thing that I wanted to do was make her regret it. I'm sorry, she offered a moment later, in recompense for offending me. You had me all panicked. She took a deep breath, and after stressfully rubbing her hand over the back of her neck, she looked at me more sympathetically. He tried to kill you, Echo. He came after you. What else is there to say? You're not mad at me? I asked with surprise, since she'd been irritated with me so far today. I expected anger to be the driving emotion. But she shook her head. I can't be mad at you for defending yourself. I saw it, okay? I saw him reach for the gun. I'm mad at me for not taking it as seriously as I should have. I opened my mouth to protest that, to tell her that it wasn't her fault, just like I had yesterday, but she could see it on my face. I've told you so many times that you have to find another way to deal with confrontation, she interrupted with an unsure shrug. You didn't have to kill him. And if there was time, maybe I'd be more upset. But you had to do something, and it's over. It's past. I don't want to talk about it anymore. We have bigger things to worry about right now. So, I started hesitantly. We're all right? I don't think I'd ever characterize the relationship that we had as all right, but it was the only word that came to mind to sum up my question. Her eyes scanned my face. She must have been able to tell how concerned I was about it, because she answered reassuringly. Nothing's changed. Seeing as the last thing that I wanted to do was dwell on the event, I let it go, motioning to Genevieve that she could continue leading the way. Where are we going? I had Blake gather the platoon in the meeting tent for a ConOps brief, she answered. And when I mumbled, ConOps, under my breath, questioningly, she explained, Concept of operations. Still, I raised an eyebrow at her to let her know that I wasn't sure what she was talking about. That's what it's called every time I tell you guys exactly what we're doing on a mission. Oh, I chuckled. You never get technical with me. You don't act like a soldier, she shrugged. Most of the time I forget to treat you like one. That's fine by me, I told her with a laugh, since I couldn't exactly picture myself ever calling her ma'am. Are we leaving right away? Genevieve had gone to talk to Cap last night after 2nd Platoon got back. Usually I went with her, but because of the events of the day, she left me under Blake's supervision while she went alone. I was as in the dark so far as the rest of the soldiers, and I had no idea yet what the plan was or what 2nd Platoon had discovered during recon. Yep, Genevieve answered as we reached the meeting tent, and we both walked in. Everyone was plopped down on the ground, waiting, while Cap sat at his usual spot behind the table, with Blake half sitting at the edge of it. I wasn't entirely sure what the platoon's attitude toward me would be since yesterday. So, even though everyone noticed me walk in, I stayed standing at the back, behind their vision, while Genevieve made her way to Blake's side at the front. There was another man sitting in a second chair near Cap, and while he wasn't a soldier, I vaguely recognized him from around camp. Genevieve extended a greeting to Cap and the man, and then she mumbled something quietly to Blake. Once he nodded to whatever she said, she addressed the other 15 soldiers. McMahon briefed you all on yesterday's events, she started knowingly, and a couple of the soldiers knowingly glanced back at me. If any of you have questions for me, this is your chance to speak freely. Some of them looked around at each other. Some of them looked at me again. A few had been to Garcia's bonfire the other night, and I know the ones who'd been close enough had heard what I'd said about Genevieve and I. There was no way that Blake answered questions about it. He knew Genevieve wouldn't want any inquiries addressed, and I wasn't sure whether or not the ones who had heard actually believed it, or if they thought I'd only said it to make Kellen mad. If anybody was wondering about it, and I could see by the looks on their faces that some of them were, none of them said anything. Genevieve waited a minute to see if anyone would say something, and then she continued. Moving on, then. I know you've all heard about the decision to move camp to a secure military base. 2nd Platoon just got back from recon. Now it's our job to clear it. She paused to let that much sink in. First things first. 2nd spotted 2 parts of the surrounding fence that were broken. We need to get this base cleared fast. Powers? Powers said, "Ma'am," to let her know that he was listening. The first night that we get there, I want you to take Bravo Squad around to fix the fences. He nodded in confirmation. Phase 1 is containment and elimination. Got it? Once everyone nodded, Genevieve motioned toward the man sitting near Cap. This is Harvey. He's going to electrify the fences for further protection. Once she said that, I recognized the man from when I'd first arrived at camp. He was the one that had set up all the solar panels. That's Zook and Morgan. Raise your hands. She addressed 2 soldiers I hadn't seen before. One was a guy in his 40s, the other a woman, somewhat older than myself. They must have come over from 2nd Platoon to replace Kellen and Garcia, and they both stuck a hand up in the air. Your assignment, until we've killed every feral on that base, is to guard Harvey. Starting now, don't take your eyes off of him. The 2 soldiers nodded understandingly. We're leaving as soon as everyone's ready, she continued. Safety is a top priority, so our first stop on the way there is a police station. Nobody's getting bit on my watch. Every one of us is scavenging and wearing riot gear. Limb protection is critical. Understood? There was acknowledgement all around. Our next stop after that is a hardware store. Alpha Squad, she paused indicatively to make sure that we were paying attention. After we clear the store, we're going around with Harvey to gather everything that we need to electrify that fence. That means Bravo, and she looked right at Powers again. I need you to get as many bike locks. Not the kinds that need keys, the ones with the codes. Get as many as you can find in that store and some bright spray paint. After we secure the fences, we're locking every door on that base and clearing each building one by one. Once all targets are eliminated, we re-secure the locks so no one can get back in and mark it as clear with the paint. Paint the code to each lock on the door, too. Questions? Lee raised his hand with a question, and when Genevieve nodded at him, he asked, What about the ferals roaming the streets at dawn? At daybreak, we're camping out as usual on a roof, Genevieve answered. And then she told him with a chuckle, I'm sure you guys could use some target practice. And a couple enthusiastic oohs. If a building isn't securable, broken windows or broken doors the ferals can come and go out of. We save those for last and clear them all in the same night. I'm pretty sure our gunfire should draw out any ferals living in those buildings, so it shouldn't be much of a problem. She looked around at everyone to make sure they were still following. First couple of nights, we're keeping it quiet, hand-to-hand weapons only, at least until we clear enough ferals off of the streets that gunshots won't bring a rush we can't handle. After that, Genevieve glanced over at Blake, saying aloud so everyone knew they could speak up. Anything else? Nobody had any concerns. I'll brief you guys on Phase 2 once we get the base clear. Start loading the vehicles. We're only taking 2 strikers and a cargo truck this time. Gasoline tanks and supplies go in the back of the truck. Dismissed. Everyone filtered out of the tent to begin preparing the vehicles, until eventually Blake, Genevieve, Cap, and I were the only ones left. Now that none of the soldiers were around, I trudged forward to resume my place at Genevieve's side. When I reached her, I could see Cap's eyes going back and forth between the two of us. He still kind of looked like he was in shock, as though he still didn't know whether or not to believe what was going on between us. More than that, he appeared curious, like there was something about it he couldn't quite figure out. "You ready?" he asked Genevieve, his eyes finally settling on her. "More than ready," she confirmed. It looked like Cap was about to say something, but he was seized by a coughing fit worse than those from yesterday. Eventually he stopped wheezing, but Genevieve was visibly concerned. "Cap, are you getting sick?"
"I'm an old man," he chuckled reassuringly. "It's just a cough."
She didn't seem entirely convinced, but Cap changed the subject.
"Something got into the food stores last night."
"Something like an animal?" Genevieve questioned seriously.
Cap shrugged. "Big animal if it was, and it only ate the dried meat."
He shook his head indifferently.
"Anyway, you guys are taking half-fresh food because of it, so keep that in mind when you ration it out."
Genevieve nodded her compliance.
"And make sure you find a radio as soon as you can so we can keep in contact. You know the frequency."
"I will," she told him eagerly.
"Be safe," Cap said, and then his eyes wandered over all three of us, lingering the longest on me. "Keep each other safe."
I'd never seen him be so sentimental. It actually made what we were about to do feel more dangerous. "We'll be all right, Cap," Genevieve said with a smile, instead of telling him goodbye. And she turned to leave, saying over her shoulder, "Go see April, get that cough checked out." Blake and I followed her out, and while Blake went to spend time with Casey before we had to leave, Genevieve and I went to get some breakfast. She was fairly quiet while we ate, like she was in deep thought. After a while, I was starting to wonder if her and Cap thought this mission might result in some casualties. "Are you worried?" I asked eventually, needing to talk to release some of the doubt building in my own mind. That pulled her out of her thought, and while she shook her head, she nonchalantly raised her cup of water to her lips. "Just running through everything again," she said as she put the cup back down, "making sure I didn't forget anything important." "Your plan's solid," I said encouragingly. I'd actually been impressed by it. "You thought of things I never would have. You covered all the bases." She gave a grateful half smile, and her eyes fell to my cheek. "Did you want to take some painkillers with us?" I gently pressed my fingers to my cheek to see how tender it was, and then shrugged. "It's not half as bad as that concussion you gave me." Genevieve huffed amusedly, but seeing as she fell quiet again, I figured she really was worrying a little. "What do you think got into the food storage?" I asked to make conversation. I'd been expecting her to put some thought into it, or to say she wasn't sure. Instead, she answered undoubtedly, "Bear." There was almost too much confidence behind it. "Bears aren't strictly carnivorous," I told her curiously, but then I actually studied her expression. "But you know that." I actually thought about her answer. "What do you really think it was?" She took another bite of food without looking at me, without answering. "Feral," I supplied. "Ferals don't sneak into storage cabins," she replied flatly. "Uninfected might." "Echo," Genevieve interrupted, throwing down her bowl and fork with annoyance. "The last thing I need to be stressing about while we're on mission is what might happen here. Let it go." The aggravation was a little unexpected, but I nodded obediently and fell silent to let her relax on her own. After we finished eating, we grabbed our backpacks from the tent and met the rest of the soldiers at the motor pool. Genevieve was going to be driving the cargo truck instead of commanding a striker, like she usually did. And since there were only 2 seats in the cab, it was just she and I.
One thing I love about the vehicles, she mused as we started our journey, traveling in the middle of the caravan. She patted the dashboard happily, seeming to be in a better mood now that we were actually starting the mission.
Heater in winter, AC in the summer.
I laughed, glad she was happy about it, especially since she didn't have any gloves. You mind if I sleep? I asked, the hum of the motor and warmth of the heater already making me drowsy. I'd barely gotten any sleep last night. Genevieve shook her head that she didn't mind. There wasn't enough room in the vehicle for me to kick my feet up, and the seat didn't recline. The only reason I could see that I was comfortable enough to fall asleep leaning against the window was because I felt exhausted. It was hours that I stayed like that. Grateful Genevieve didn't disturb me once. I probably could have slept longer if it weren't for a loud voice eventually coming over the radio, scaring me out of slumber. I didn't catch what one of our comrades had said, but when I felt the vehicle start to slow, I sat all the way up. Genevieve sighed, bringing the truck to a complete stop behind the lead striker.
They're having engine trouble,
she told me, nodding to the one in front of us. We were in the middle of a long stretch of empty highway, but Genevieve spoke into the radio just in case.
Blake, make sure you scan the area before they get out.
Roger, his voice replied. A minute later, he said, All clear, over and out. Through the windshield, I could see half the guys inside start to get out of the vehicle. Datsuk and Morgan stayed inside with Harvey, and while Hunt, Lee, and Jarvis went to check the engine, Blake strode over to Genevieve's window. He hopped up onto the step outside her door while she rolled the window down, nodding across at me in greeting.
What happened?
Genevieve asked, already sounding like she was beginning to stress out. Blake shrugged, resting his elbows into the truck. Just stalled. They're gonna try and figure it out.
Okay, keep me posted.
He nodded and trudged away, and Genevieve rolled the window back up to keep the cold air from seeping in as she turned off the engine. Then she tilted her head forward against the steering wheel.
This was not how I wanted to start the mission,
she grumbled. How far are we? I folded my arms across my chest and turned sideways in my seat to face her, and then leaned back against the window once more.
Not even halfway.
When she sighed deeply again, I finally fully understood what she was worried about. She wasn't extremely concerned about the platoon. We'd been on missions, and we all knew exactly what we were doing. She was more worried because we wouldn't be around camp to help protect them if there was another feral attack, or from whatever was stealing food. That's also why she was already stressing so much about the vehicle breaking down. Any delay to our travel was a delay to making the base safe for civilians. Genevieve was still leaning forward with her head against the steering wheel, so I stretched one hand across the cab, immediately massaging my fingers into the back of her neck.
Echo,
she groaned, swiping my hand away, even though she didn't sound entirely protesting.
I'm not in the mood for this right now.
I'm not trying to hit on you, I told her honestly, slowly returning my hand to see if she'd push it away again. She didn't. You seriously need to relax. She took my advice with less protest than I thought, because she didn't respond, and she grew so relaxed that her body swayed with every push of my fingers. Better? I asked after a couple of minutes, deciding to pull away so that she would know I was serious about not trying to hit on her. Then I rested myself against the window again to resume my nap. You should try to sleep too. It seems she tried to doze off. I know I did, and I woke some time later to a constant and annoying tapping sound. Upon opening my eyes, I found that Genevieve was resting her chin over her hands on top of the steering wheel. Her fingers kept going up and down, impatiently beating the hard plastic. When she realized she'd woken me up, she gave an apologetic smile and leaned back, deliberately pulling her hands off of the steering wheel. But she immediately began shaking her leg up and down. It wasn't until she shivered and blew hot air into her hands that I recognized she wasn't just impatient, but was also cold. She needed gloves. "Here," I said, taking the gloves off of my own hands to toss them into her lap, and then tucking my hands under my armpits. At least she could use them until we started driving again, and she could turn the heater back on. Genevieve's lips turned up in another modest smile as she pulled them on.
"It's been almost 2 hours.
"Did you fall asleep at all?" I chuckled.
"I can't,"
she whined, letting out a stressed breath. "They're doing everything they can," I told her in an attempt to be comforting, but she didn't even acknowledge it. A moment later, I bent over to reach for the backpack at my feet, and pulling out my cigarettes, I held one out for her. "My last 2. After she took it, I tried to find something else to say or do to distract her from worrying about the vehicles. And the only thing I thought of was, "Do you remember the food fight the seniors started in the cafeteria freshman year?" I was pleased when Genevieve let out a loud laugh.
"I got pelted with a slice of pizza," she recalled with amusement. "You know, the nasty ones that tasted like cardboard and left a pool of grease on the plate."
I nodded knowingly, and she huffed and shook her head.
"It made a perfect orange grease triangle on the back of my shirt. Had to throw it away because the stain wouldn't come out."
I'd taken in a breath of smoke and almost choked on it because I started chortling when she said that. "I hid behind the vending machine," I told her.
"What?"
she asked in disbelief.
"You weren't even a little tempted to throw anything?"
"I was tempted," I reassured her. I guess back then I was more concerned with not getting in trouble than I was with having fun. Genevieve just nodded with slight amusement, so I added with a laugh. "And the staff spent the rest of the week trying to figure out who started it."
"They all started it," she giggled. "That's what my teammates said anyway."
"Yeah," I agreed, still grinning. "My sister told me her class was the ones who created the tradition, instead of senior ditch day." Genevieve cocked her head at me curiously.
"Which sister?"
At the friendly seriousness of her tone, and the reminder of my family, my grin slowly faded. It wasn't just that remembering was painful, but remembering with Genevieve felt like a risk. I didn't trust her enough to give her those memories, because I was afraid she'd use them to hurt me. "Millie," I answered flatly, subconsciously shifting in my seat as if it would shift the tone of the conversation. It worked, because Genevieve studied me for a minute without saying anything, and then she set to looking out the windshield. We were both quiet for a bit, until finally a voice came over the radio. "Genevieve," Blake cued. "You hear that?" And a deep, consistent rumble came through the speaker. "That's the sound of a running engine." Genevieve looked over at me with a grin, and then spoke into the radio.
"Then let's get the hell out of here."
After that, she glanced over at me once more to ask,
"You want to drive?"
My cheeks tinted instantly, and trying to avoid having to admit the truth, I declined nonchalantly. No, it's okay."
"No, really,"
she insisted, reaching for the door handle.
"Maybe I could sleep now."
"Genevieve," I admitted embarrassedly, "I can't drive." Her eyebrows furrowed.
"What do you mean you can't drive?"
"I mean, I don't know how to," I told her, my cheeks flaring more darkly. Genevieve was nearly 8 months older than me, so while she'd had her license sophomore year when the outbreak hit, I wasn't old enough to. I could have had my permit, but seeing as my parents couldn't afford to get me a car, I'd never seen fit to practice, or even learn. I thought I'd had all the time in the world.
You're kidding me, right?
Genevieve asked in disbelief, staring like she really thought I was joking. I shook my head.
Yeah, that's not okay.
She pushed her door open, hopping out before I could protest. She walked all the way over to my side, opening the door, and then began pushing me toward the driver's seat.
Go on.
Is this necessary? I complained, but began climbing over to the opposite side as she practically scooted herself under me to give me no choice.
Absolutely necessary, she said seriously. All the soldiers can drive. You need to know too, in case there's an emergency or something.
To be honest, I was a little terrified. It's one thing to learn when you're 15 years old in your parents' little sedan. This beast of a truck was almost the size of a small semi. Intimidating was an understatement. Where's the keyhole? I asked, expectantly, searching the dashboard for the ignition.
No keys in the military vehicles,
Genevieve answered, leaning all the way over and pointing to the switch.
Flip it to on.
I did as she said.
It's diesel, so you have to wait for this light to go off.
We both waited for the light to die, and when it did, I looked at her for the next step.
Now hold start until the engine fires up.
I wasn't sure exactly what noise to wait for, so while I held down the button, I watched Genevieve, and thankfully she knew to nod when the engine started, so I could let it go.
Foot on the brake, she instructed. That's the left one.
I chuckled and rolled my eyes, because I at least knew that much. But then I noticed that the striker ahead of us had already started pulling away, and I began to feel rushed. Once I had my foot on the brake, Genevieve pointed to the gear shifter.
Put it in drive. Take your foot off of the brake.
When I took my foot off, I expected the vehicle to start moving, but it stayed put, and I glanced at Genevieve for instruction.
Ease on the gas.
I barely set my foot on the gas pedal, and when that did nothing, I pushed down on it. Apparently I did it too hard, because we jerked forward so bad that Genevieve had to throw her hand to the dashboard to keep from falling to the floor at her feet.
Gently,
she laughed. I tried it again, but this was hard to get a handle on. If I did it too lightly, we didn't move, but the moment I pushed, we jerked again.
Okay, rest your foot on top,
Genevieve said with another chuckle, and then she reached across to put her hand on my knee.
Gradually, at first,
she instructed, and she pushed down on my knee, just enough to start the truck forward.
You feel it? Just a little at a time.
I was a little disappointed when she pulled away, but I ignored it to focus on getting a feel for the pedal. Once we started forward, I pushed on it just a tiny bit more, getting a spark of joy when we sped up without experiencing whiplash.
You got it? Easy, right?
She had a proud smile on her face.
When the sun goes down, you turn on the lights with this.
She pointed to another switch.
All the way up.
After that, she turned up the heat and leaned back in the seat to rest. But the moment she closed her eyes, the striker ahead of us went off the road to avoid a blockade of cars on the highway. Genevieve, I called in panic, and she sat up looking worried. I'm not ready for this, I told her, bringing the truck to a halt at the shoulder and pointing at the downgrade to the graveled roadside. She immediately started laughing again, until I glared at her, and then she told me seriously,
It's not even that steep. Just turn the steering wheel and go at it with a small angle.
I started forward again, and at the first bump going down over the shoulder, I drew in a scared breath. Whoa, no.
You're fine, she giggled.
Okay, I said slowly, tensing up when I felt the vehicle slanting. But I continued driving, and only a few moments later we were leveled again, following the striker through potholed and bumpy dirt. That was a rush, I mused, finally letting out a breath.
You're wild,
Genevieve retorted in a playfully sarcastic mumble as she tiredly leaned against the window again. And when I looked over to pass her light-hearted scowl, she gave me a teasing smirk. I drove until the sun went down, and even though Genevieve woke up shortly after it got dark, I continued to drive all the way to our first stop. When we got close to the city, she told me to turn the lights off because it would attract ferals. And after parking and waiting for the strikers to tell us we were clear, we got out. Since we had to go into a decent-sized city to find a police station that hopefully had riot gear, we had to trek in like we usually did, while leaving the vehicles behind. At the station, Genevieve made Harvey stay near the entrance with Datsuk and Morgan while we cleared the first 2 floors of the building. It took longer, but Genevieve didn't want the squads to split up to search for ferals, so we did the first 2 floors as a platoon. The building was actually surprisingly large, with a massive section of desks and offices, the cell block, the armory, and the evidence rooms, and the main lobby all being on the first floor. It took us a good hour and a half just to make sure the place was clear of ferals. After we'd regrouped, we all walked back to the arms room to acquire the riot gear Genevieve wanted us to wear. What I had in mind beforehand was that we'd just be wearing a bulletproof vest. I was wrong. All the suits of gear we found consisted of a vest with shoulder protection, cuffs for your forearms and underarms, thigh pads and shin guards, and even a helmet and face mask. Most of the guys appeared excited about it, probably because, even I had to admit, once they put it on, they looked kind of badass. But just like looking into each separate bag of gear seemed excessive to me. There was too much. Then I put mine on, and I felt so weighed down and suffocated that I immediately took it off and put it back into the bag. I tossed the bag over my shoulder, even though everyone else was donning their gear right now, as were Genevieve's instructions. I hid at the back so she wouldn't notice I wasn't obeying. And once everyone was done, she tasked a new assignment.
I want everyone to fit as many weapons and ammunitions as you can into these gear bags,
she instructed, tugging at her own black vest like she had to get used to it.
Bravo. After that, go back up to the 2nd floor, see what else you can find.
In order to follow Genevieve's directions without having to put all the gear on, I grabbed a leftover suit and dumped it out of the bag, and then began filling the bag with guns and ammo from the arms room like everyone else was doing. There were enough of us here, and a lot of the stuff had been scavenged already, that we completely cleaned out the armory by the time our bags were even half full. Then we scattered to check the rest of the building for useful supplies.
Why don't you have your gear on?
Genevieve asked as I followed her into one of the offices. But even as she said it, she unstrapped the large vest she was wearing, sighing as she took it off and set it on a single desk. It's bulky, and the goggles hurt my cheek, I answered, dropping the 2 bags I was carrying and plopping down into the cushioned office chair to start checking the desk drawers. Why aren't you wearing your vest? I asked, mischievously, pulling a box of ammunition from a drawer and tossing it into my open bag.
It's bulky, she copied with a chuckle. But I'm putting it back on as soon as we're done, and you have to wear yours too.
I started thoughtfully. No, I'm not wearing that stuff. Genevieve pushed herself onto her tiptoes to look into the top drawer of a file cabinet behind me.
You don't have a choice.
You know how I survived all these years? I asked, swiveling the chair around to look at her. Stealth and agility. That stuff weighs like 1,000,000 pounds.
That's an exaggeration,
she said flatly, and then she put her hands on the armrest of the chair, leaning forward so she can get closer and more seriously make her point.
And we aren't just surviving anymore. We're fighting back. You're wearing the gear.
Her proximity instantly put other things on my mind. Tell you what, I began flirtatiously. I'll wear the gear if you kiss me. She rolled her eyes and turned again to search the next drawer.
How about,
she countered, pulling a flashlight out of the cabinet and walking around to the other side of the desk to drop it into her bag.
You wear it, or I'll never kiss you again.
Touché, I laughed, and then stood and made my way to her side of the desk, sitting down on the edge of it. But I paused to make sure she was listening, and she folded her arms across her chest and looked at me to indicate that she was. You haven't done it in a while. How do I know you're ever even planning on kissing me again?
It's only been a few days,
she retorted reluctantly. It's been 6, I said exactly, which is the longest interval yet.
Seriously?
She asked sarcastically, like she thought it was obnoxious that I knew exactly how long it had been. Then her eyes narrowed at me.
We're not dating. I don't have to kiss you, ever.
You do if you want me to wear the gear, I shrugged with a smug nonchalance. I'm not scared of your authority like the rest of the soldiers. You can't force me.
Does it take practice to be this much of a pain in the ass?
She asked, sounding entirely frustrated. I gave her a cheeky grin. With you, it kind of comes natural. She studied me for a few seconds, and then paced forward to give me such a brief peck on the lips, I didn't even get a chance to return it. I know you don't honestly think that counts. She sighed with annoyance and walked toward the door like she was just going to leave. But when she got to it, she peered out into the halls, looking both ways. When she didn't see anyone, she silently closed it, and I straightened up in excited anticipation.
Just a kiss,
she clarified, striding toward me until we were standing face to face. I nodded.
You do realize that, technically, this is blackmail.
Nobody's making you care about my safety, I replied teasingly. Genevieve glared at me again when I said that, and she must have still been frustrated with me, because she grabbed my coat and pulled me into a hard kiss. It seemed she was intent on making sure I had nothing to complain about, because she didn't stop right away either. She kissed me so long and deep, and even though she was clearly irritated, there was something in the way her lips felt, in the way she was leaning forward into me, that was reminiscent of that day in the cabin. The moment I got a taste of it, I melted, and I completely lost sight of the fact that I'd told her just a kiss. My hands landed on her hips, and I pulled her closer to me so eagerly, she let out a startled breath. It didn't stop her, though, nor did it stop her when my unruly hands ran up her back, or her ribs, or her stomach. It didn't stop her because instead she kissed me harder, and still more intensely when I lost control enough to turn us around, pushing her back into the desk and running my hands over her chest. Unlike that day in the cabin, however, now there was a tension. Even though her breathing picked up excitedly, she seemed at odds. It was as subtle as one hand wrapping around the back of my neck receptively, while the other sat on my shoulder like she was preparing to push me away. But I noticed it. I lowered my hands to her hips again, and inched forward so I could bring her body even closer to mine. And then the hand on my neck came around, and she flicked the wound in my cheek. It was so sudden and painful that out of pure instinct I shoved her away. Ow! My hand shot to my cheek as though I'd rub out the pain, but it was so excruciating I couldn't bring myself to touch it. What the hell?
Sorry,
she offered hastily, appearing surprised that she'd done it too. "Sorry?" I asked in disbelief. The pain had caused an involuntary flare of anger, but I was in such shock that I huffed in agonized amusement. "You did that on purpose." She was still panting a little heavily, so she spat out in a quick breath. "Feeling me up wasn't part of the deal." She inhaled deeply to calm herself. "That was," and she cleared her throat, "too much." The pain had subsided enough that I could touch my cheek, so I pressed my fingers to it gently, and then brought them down to make sure she hadn't caused any bleeding. "You could have just pushed me away." "I know, I'm sorry," she said sincerely, a genuinely apologetic look on her face. "I panicked." "Panicked?" I repeated, furrowing my eyebrows curiously. Had I been too aggressive? Did she think I wouldn't stop if she asked me to? Those were my first thoughts. But then her eyes widened like she hadn't meant to say that, and she passed me and knelt down to begin zipping up her bag. "Forget it." I watched her for a few more seconds, trying to figure out what she'd meant. I'd never touched her when she told me not to, or so much as hinted not to. She didn't even try to push my hands away, and she never had a problem with doing that. "Did you think you wouldn't want to push me away? Is that why you panicked?" "Just drop it," she grumbled, passing me again to grab her riot vest. "Are you confusing on purpose?" I asked, growing somewhat frustrated. "Because if you are, you're really good at it." She raised a perplexed eyebrow at me, so I explained. "One second you're unbelievably hot, and the very next you're cold. You want me, Genevieve. Why'd you flick me?"
"Why are you so convinced that I want you?"
She dropped her vest near her back and crossed her arms over her chest again, this time scoldingly.
"And what exactly do you even mean by that anyway?"
"It's obvious you're attracted to me," I pointed out. "Don't even try to deny that." She stayed quiet like she had no intention of arguing it. "But you're starting to like me." I paused, but then so that she wouldn't be able to avoid my statement, I added, "Romantically." Her eyes twitched as though she wanted to give me a death glare, but she managed to hold it back, asking apathetically,
"What makes you think so?"
"You're honest," I stated simply, "but not trustworthy." She stared at me for a few seconds intently, waiting for me to break it down.
"Fine, I'll bite. What are you talking about?"
"You won't lie to me. You said so yourself. That's why you won't deny you want me." I took a step toward her so that we were close again. "Honest," I said, pointing to her mouth. "But your actions lie. Not trustworthy." I set my hands indicatively on her waist. "You can't be hot and cold. One of them isn't real."
"And you think cold isn't real?"
she concluded, to which I gave a shrug. I really wasn't completely sure which one I believed in. If she was honest, then she meant it when she said that she hated me. And that would make the cold real. But I know what I felt when she kissed me, and she wouldn't deny wanting me. That would mean the heat was real.
"So what does that make you?"
she asked, pushing my hands off of her. "Huh?" I breathed, baffled that she was going to apply this to me, because I was honest with words and actions about my feelings for her. She chuckled.
"Just because you're smarter than me doesn't mean I'm stupid."
In response, I made an impatiently inquisitive jerk of my head.
"You don't want me the same way here."
She started, running her hand up the inside of my thigh.
"As you do here."
When she finished, she pointed a finger toward the center of my chest. Yes, I do, I protested defensively. Her head tilted with discovery as she gave a coy smile.
Dishonest.
I'm not lying to you, I grumbled, completely dissatisfied with the turn of the conversation.
You want the sex to mean something,
she continued in order to explain.
I can feel that when I'm with you. Trustworthy.
Her eyes scanned my face, judging my reaction to her statement.
But if romance is what you want the most, why do you let me do it? If you think I'm starting to like you, why don't you make me wait until the sex really would mean something?
She paused thoughtfully, and then laughed with a newfound amusement.
Because part of you objectifies me, and now I don't know if I should feel offended or not.
I narrowed my eyes at her, but she didn't give me the time to respond, because she finished her thought by tapping her finger once against my lips.
Dishonest.
I took in an argumentative breath, but I was completely unsure of what to say to that. She'd just flipped this in a direction I'd never expected it to go. And she was pleased with that, judging by the smug look on her face. Plus, she might have been a little bit right, even if the ways I wanted her didn't conflict with each other. That's why I couldn't say no to her. When I failed to form a defense, she chuckled and reached down for her vest, slipping it on over her head. It wasn't until she'd picked up her bag that I said, "You're manipulating my words. That's not fair, and not true." It didn't matter what I said, though. She didn't need to form a rebuttal, because it had taken me long enough to reply that she'd clearly won the argument.
Liar,
she smirked tauntingly. Actress, I mumbled indignantly. She carried the bag toward the door, and after she'd opened it, she stopped to tell me,
"Put on the riot gear. I'm not asking any more."
I scowled at her sourly, even though she'd already turned and headed out, and began to do as she instructed. I had to take off my winter coat in order to comfortably fit in the gear, but it was thick and heavy enough that I wasn't worried about being cold. With my backpack and bag full of supplies, I trudged back to the front of the building, where we were all supposed to meet up. Then we trekked back to the vehicles, ready to start the next step of Phase 1. Chapter 32. Causing Me Shame. Genevieve.
"Stop here," I told Echo from the passenger seat, since we'd just pulled up in front of a massive hardware store. We were in an area that was more of a suburb than a city, but it still would have been too loud to drive all 3 vehicles in. However, we were scavenging too much equipment for trips back and forth between store and truck to be efficient. Instead, all of the soldiers and Harvey were in the cargo bed, and after getting everything we needed, we'd drive them back to the strikers. Echo pulled the truck into the loading zone outside the store and shut off the engine.
"God,"
she complained, pulling roughly at the bulletproof vest she was wearing. She'd been griping about it all day. Her burn was healed enough that the weight of the vest didn't hurt, but apparently it'd been growing itchy, and the vest was too stiff for her to be able to scratch it. "Take any of that gear off, and I'll finally put you into that coma," I threatened. I found the riot suits as uncomfortable as she did, but it was necessary, at least until the base was clear. When she gave me a miserable scowl, I added, "It's for your own good." Whether she wanted to believe it or not, I didn't want her getting bit. Before she could protest, I threw open the heavy door and jumped out of the cabin. When I got to the end of the covered cargo area, a few of my soldiers had their blades buried in some ferrules. That sent me on instant alert, and my hand darted to the knife strapped to my thigh while my eyes scanned the area for any more.
"They heard the truck,"
Blake explained, hopping down from the bed with a chuckle.
Chased us probably 50 yards.
Anyone hurt? I asked in a loud whisper, and the soldiers within eyesight were shaking their heads. Hunt used his boot to kick the feral he'd stabbed off of his blade, and while looking at me, he patted the chest of his vest indicatively.
These suits were a good idea, ma'am. Sucker got a few good swipes in with those nasty fingernails.
Good, I laughed with grateful amusement. Then I glanced around at everyone else who had gotten out of the cargo bed and was gathering around. You all remember your jobs? Bravo, coated bike lots and spray paint. Alpha, we got fence materials. Jarvis and Barnes, you guys are on guard duty out there. Datsuit and Morgan, stay right inside the entrance with Harvey until I come back for you. As for the rest of us, let's clear this place, quick and quiet. Turning to lead the way into the store with Echo at my side, I pulled my clipped flashlight from my pocket and flipped it to the blue lens, then gripped my knife in my other hand. More blue lights came on behind me, illuminating my back and casting ghostly shadows onto the exterior of the building. Normally I'd have taken Alpha to the left of the warehouse, while sending Bravo to the right. That way we'd be able to clear the building faster. But after the massive attack on camp and our theories that ferals were starting to group more than usual, there was no way I was splitting us up, and we had no idea what to expect. We went down aisle after aisle cautiously slow, through the plumbing section, checking inside the display showers and tubs, down the lumber aisle, shining our lights over and behind the pallets of wood, even into the outdoor gardening area, searching through the jungle of overgrown trees and plants. I don't know if it was because ferals really were grouping, and they were doing it somewhere else, or because food was getting so scarce for them that a lot had started dying off. But we didn't find a single one inside that huge hardware store. For once, it seemed things might actually go the easy way. Finding the store empty of hostile life, I sent Bravo to start their scavenging chore, and then led Alpha back to the front where we'd left Harvey with Datsuk and Morgan. The middle-aged electrician had soft, wise brown eyes, and his graying brown hair glowed blue under the beams of our flashlights. He hadn't been a civilian with our group for long. We'd only found him after our camp in the forest had already been established, and I could tell by looking at him that he wasn't at all intimidated by our mission. He didn't appear nervous or frightened that there might have been ferals around, and the holstered revolver at his hip was one he'd owned before his arrival at camp. Regardless of that, his life was important, and I wasn't taking any chances by putting him into any type of combat. You want to take us to the right aisle and show us what we need? I asked Harvey. He gave a slight nod and started deeper into the store. It didn't seem he knew exactly where he was going, because he kept shining his light up at the sign labeling the aisles, and then shining them down the aisles themselves. Eventually he got us to the outdoor security section, and upon reaching it, he grabbed a black piece of plastic and held it up for all of us to see.
These are insulators,
Harvey began, and then shined his light over some smaller yellow ones.
Same for those. We'll need every last one the store has.
He glanced further down the aisle.
We're gonna need as much wiring as possible. Steel and aluminum will work. Also some normal electrical wiring. Grounding rods, like this.
He put the insulator down to point to the long metal spike.
Copper, or any kind of galvanized metal.
Then he pointed to the roll of what looked like thick green rope.
Grounding wire, too. And,
He paused to look at me.
We'll need more solar panels and some batteries, if you can send some people for that.
Anything else? I asked just to be sure, and he shook his head. It was crucial that we didn't forget anything, and so to make sure that didn't happen, I decided to delegate. Blake, I want you to get all of the insulators. Hunt, you got the electrical wiring. Datsuit, Morgan, and Harvey, I'll let you guys get the fence wire. Lee, ground rods and wire. Echo, you and me will get the solar panels and batteries. Let's get moving. All my guys dispersed, and Echo and I headed toward the outdoor batteries. The selection was surprising, and I wasn't exactly sure what kind and how big Harvey needed, but I figured bigger was better. In earnest to get this done as fast as possible, I hastily picked up a battery, almost knocking myself backward at the weight of it.
You're not as strong as you think you are.
Echo chuckled playfully. Shut up, I laughed, watching as she reached for the battery too. She barely lifted it past her knees before setting it back down. Should we grab a cart? When she consented, we hurried to the front of the warehouse to grab a long, flatbed cart, and then pushed it back to the batteries. I picked up my first one and put it onto the bed. I'd noticed the cold the moment we got out of the truck, but what I hadn't realized until now was how stiff it made my fingers. It hurt just to carry one battery, and after I'd dropped it, I could barely even straighten my fingers out. Ow! I groaned, shaking my hands to try and work some heat into them. When I glanced back up, Echo was looking at me concernedly. My hands are cold again.
You need gloves,
she said, and made a move to take off her own. Don't. I stopped her before she worked her hand out of it, giving a grateful smile for the thought. I'll be okay. Echo watched me thoughtfully, as if deciding for herself whether or not I'd really be okay, and eventually she nodded.
You ever want to do track and field in high school?
She asked, tensing to lift her first item onto the cart. That's random, I said amusedly.
I guess.
She gave a somewhat embarrassed giggle.
Lifting this stuff made me think of shot put.
I mouthed "oh" in understanding, even though she wasn't looking at me. Not really, I answered her original question. I had no desire to run for fun.
No,
she said sarcastically.
You'd rather add a ball and make it even more challenging.
I never thought of it like that, I told her through a laugh, my amusement turning into a grunt as I gently lowered another heavy battery onto the cart. What about you?
Sports?
She clarified, to which I hummed the affirmative.
No. That would have involved socializing.
Not even softball, huh? I asked, snickering at my own teasing.
Ha ha. You got lesbian jokes.
She replied flatly, though by the glow of our flashlight, I could tell her laugh line was deep with a smirk.
What's the saying? The pot calling the kettle black?
I wanted to laugh at that too, but that was a conversation I didn't want to get into right now. Or ever. So instead I said, No, seriously though, were you that terrified of interacting with people?
Can you blame me?
She asked knowingly.
Look at how we act when society falls apart.
For a few seconds I just stared at her, because she said we. She was taking responsibility, which meant she truly had taken to heart that sincere conversation we'd had. Despite the amount of respect I had for it, her statement shifted me out of my playful mood. I guess I can't. Like always, she picked up on the change.
Yeah,
she mumbled with soft finality, falling quiet to finish our scavenging in silence. It took a while, but eventually we'd gathered everything we needed, all the supplies to electrify and fix the fence, locks and paint to secure the doors, and we even managed to get some barbed wire for whatever use we could find for it. By that time, there were only a few hours until sunrise, so without further delay, the soldiers got back into the bed of the cargo truck, and we cruised back to the other vehicles. Echo parked the truck next to the two strikers, which were lined up one in front of the other, and after shutting off the engine, we met all the soldiers hopping down to the street. We could have left immediately for the base, but it would be daylight when we got there, and waiting out the afternoon in the vehicles would be far from comfortable. I opened my mouth about to tell everybody we'd be heading to the roof of a nearby building, but a deafening crack cut me off. My ears recognized the sound as a gunshot instantly, and it scared me so bad that I dropped the flashlight I was holding. My eyes set to searching my men, trying to figure out who'd fired a weapon and why. Then I noticed that Stackhouse was flat on the ground, and my next instinct was to rush over and check on him. It didn't register that he'd been shot until hardly a moment later, when another of my men yelled, "Taking fire!" There was an immediate frenzy as everyone scrambled to get behind the cover of the truck. The shots were coming from a small apartment building across the street, on the opposite side of the truck as the strikers. There was another gunshot in the rush, and this one hit Hunt so hard he stumbled a single step and then hit the ground on his back. I'd already jumped behind the cover of the truck, and as Blake sprinted around, he grabbed Hunt by the shoulders of the vest, dragging him to safety. "You okay?" I asked Hunt hastily. He was coughing and wheezing, but he waved off the question and forced himself onto his knees. "Caught me in the vest." The same couldn't be said for Stackhouse. When I peeked around the end of the vehicle, just long enough to catch a glimpse, I could see the moonlight reflecting off of the glimmering pool of blood near his head. Shit. I was frantic. We couldn't stay out here. In minutes, any feral in the area would be here. I needed a solution, fast. "Daitsuk, Morgan!" I yelled in a rush. They hurried over. "Get Harvey into the striker. Shine the spotlight on the building. Don't open the goddamn door until you hear my voice. Bravo! Get into the building behind us. Fire at any hostiles you see in the windows. Go!" A few of them responded with "Yes, ma'am," and all of them instantly sprinted into the building. "Alpha, we're going in. We need to clear this fucking ASAP." I waited only 15 seconds, during which I glanced at Echo by my side, because this hadn't happened as long as she'd been with us. "We have a rule about raiders," I told her. "Zero tolerance." There was an almost reluctant expression on her face, but she nodded. In those short 15 seconds, Daisuke and Morgan had gotten Harvey into the striker. The spotlight lit up the entire exterior of the 3-story apartment building, and a few enemies' heads disappeared from the windows. "Bravo!" I shouted loud enough for the squad inside the building behind us to hear me. "Cover fire!" The very moment Bravo started firing on the building across the street, I left cover, aiming for the flashlight I'd dropped while hollering to my squad. "Go, go, go!" By the light of the moon, I could see a feral about half a mile down the road, but we were already at the door. Blake kicked it open, and with my rifle aimed straight ahead, I moved forward. There was nobody visible immediately inside, so while I stopped at the first apartment door with Echo at my side, the men behind me continued in. Hunt and Lee moved to the door across the hall, while Blake shut the main entrance and he and Jarvis manned the hallway. Echo posted herself at the opposite side of the doorway as me, and when I flung it open, she pointed her pistol into it, prepared to fire on anyone who might shoot us. No gunshots met her movement, so she paced in, and I followed so close that my shoulder was nearly attached to her back. There was nobody directly visible, but to make sure that we didn't miss anyone that could catch us from behind after we moved on, we checked every inch of the studio apartment. Behind the couch, under the bed, in the closet and the bathroom. It was empty, so we moved on. This apartment building was small, with only 4 units on this floor. As we reached our second door, Hunt and Lee came out of there first. I let Echo turn the handle this time, and the moment my entry was clear, I shot into the doorway. My eyes darted left and right as my finger tensed over the trigger of my rifle, looking at everything and nothing all at once, scanning with soft focus for even the slightest movement. This apartment wasn't a studio like the last, and when I moved to the first closed door on my right, I heard Hunt yell, "Clear!" from their unit, and heavy footsteps thudded up the stairs at the end of the hall. I felt Echo's hand tap between my shoulder blades as I reached for the handle of the bedroom, indicating that she was guarding my back against the rest of the apartment. I twisted the handle just enough to offset it, and after I'd returned both my hands to my rifle and was completely prepared to shoot, I kicked the door open with my boot. No movement, and Echo backed herself into the doorway to continue watching our rear, while I searched every nook and cranny of the bedroom. Nothing. I did the same thing with the bathroom across the hall, and then together we searched the living room and the kitchen. "Clear?" I asked, shining my light behind the couch.
"We're good,"
Echo confirmed, closing the storage closet she'd searched. We hurried back out and up the stairs to where Blake and Jarvis were still guarding the halls. As Echo and I reached our next door, Hunt and Lee were exiting theirs, moving on to the last one on the right side. "Studio?" I prompted as they passed by, checking for a pattern in the units so we knew what to expect.
"Yeah,"
Lee breathed in confirmation. "Get the handle," I whispered to Echo, posting myself at the left side of the door with my rifle at the ready. She threw it open, and I exposed myself just enough to see and shoot if there was anyone in the apartment. The second I checked, an entire head and torso popped up from behind the couch at the opposite end of the studio. I got a couple of shots off, but missed because the man ducked back down right when he saw me. I'd barely started firing when there was movement from the very right of the unit, and I pulled back behind the door as a second person, a woman, shot twice. I dropped to my knee to change things up because I knew the targets now expected me at full height. "I got 2, I murmured to Echo. She nodded. "Couch at 12 o'clock. There's a man behind it. The other's at 3. I got an angle on her. Can you handle the 12? She nodded again, though more hesitantly this time. "Come out, bitch!" shouted the female voice, followed by a warning shot that hit the wall of the hallway across from Echo and I. I nodded once to start the countdown, and on the third nod I whispered, "Now!" I leaned forward, and just as I'd thought, the woman expected me at full height, and her shots hit the frame above my head. By the time she realized I was on the ground, I'd fired a perfect hit to the center of her chest. The man behind the couch didn't pop up this time, and instead had his hand resting on the back of it, firing blindly in our direction. I hadn't been counting every bullet he fired before this, but with his pistol, and since I'd shot the woman, he'd already fired 6. I waited, and after he pulled the trigger, only twice more, there was the start of a pause. He was reloading, and there was no time to waste. My hand brushed Echo's shoulder as I rushed silently into the room, trusting that she knew to watch my back for a third attacker. As I paced closer, I could hear a thud of a discarded magazine and the click of metal against metal as he struggled to frantically jam his new one into the gun. He was in such a panic that he didn't even notice when I reached his side, and I fired a single death blow before he had time to react. For good measure, we checked the closets and bathroom. When we got back out into the hall, Hunt and Lee were finished. They were knelt at the bottom of the stairs, guns pointed upward to guard while waiting. Blake was leaning back against the wall on the left side of the stairs patiently, and Jarvis was doing the same on the opposite side. Echo and I cleared the last unit, room by room without a hitch, and then climbed the stairs behind the other 4. We'd only just reached our first unit on the last floor, and we could already hear voices coming from the inside. Well, only one voice was readily apparent, but I didn't think the man was talking to himself. It sounded a little distant, and if the floor plan to this apartment was like the other 2 below, it was a studio, and the enemy was at the far end of it. Echo threw open the door, clearly to the man's surprise. He stared wide-eyed for a split second before even thinking to raise the shotgun to his hands, and by then I'd already fired my expertly placed shot. The moment the man went down, there was a movement from near the window. A girl stood and made a rush to the pistol sitting on the coffee table a few feet away. She barely had her hand on it before Echo shouted, "Stop!" The girl froze, and Echo moved into the unit ahead of me, putting herself in front of where I couldn't fire at the girl.
"Drop it!"
The girl had her back turned, but she let go of the gun and with her hands up turned to face us. I now realized Echo got in the way on purpose because she knew I wouldn't hesitate to shoot. And she continued forward until she was only a few feet away from the last enemy. But I'd told her the rule. 0 tolerance, and the girl had been reaching for a weapon, When I got to Echo's side and she hadn't finished it yet, I raised my own rifle.
"Don't,"
she protested, putting her hand at the barrel of my gun to push it down.
"She's just a kid."
The girl couldn't have been more than 16, and when neither of us shot her, she glanced back toward the window. There was a third man lying beneath it, already dead, probably shot by Bravo from across the street. She was reaching for the gun, I explained. If Echo were any of my other soldiers, I would have shot the girl already. But I wanted Echo to understand because I didn't want her to be mad at me for it. If Echo were any of my other soldiers, she wouldn't have hesitated like this. The girl's eyes kept darting from me to Echo, and I could tell that she was looking for an escape, maybe even contemplating still reaching for the gun on the table. Echo glanced over at me pleadingly.
"There has to be another way."
I could see it in those smoky gray eyes, the reason she didn't want to do it. She'd been saved and given a second chance. Why couldn't we save this girl too? But we didn't know this girl. Sure, she could be worth it. Or she could be like her companions and all the other raiders we'd come across over the years, already skilled and cold in the art of killing. Either way, we'd killed everyone she knew. There was no way she'd ever come with us willingly. Maybe she'd even seek revenge against us. There was no other way. I turned toward Echo, prepared to more fully explain myself and make her understand. The second I stopped looking at her, the girl materialized a knife out of nowhere, and she moved behind me so swiftly I didn't even register until the cold blade pressed against my throat.
"Drop the rifle,"
the young voice ordered into my ear. Using me to block any gunshots, she retreated toward the far corner of the unit, keeping me between her and Echo, and also between her and the windows, where she knew Bravo would shoot if she gave them the chance.
"You,"
she said to Echo once I'd tossed my rifle to the floor.
"Give me your pistol."
Since that outbreak, I'd been shot at countless times. I'd been in fistfights and standoffs with bandits and ferals, but I'd never had a knife to my throat. I felt completely helpless and terrified. I was about to start really panicking until my gaze met Echo's. The look in her eyes gave me comfort. She appeared calm and confident and resolved. Whatever hesitation she'd had before was completely gone now. I had no idea how she was thinking of getting me out of this, but her calm reassured me that she had a plan, so I watched her closely. I trusted her.
"Okay,"
she said to the girl softly, compliantly turning her pistol around in her hand so that she was holding the barrel.
"Take it easy."
She extended both arms outward as if to show the girl that she wouldn't try anything, and I could feel the girl's chin shifting every other second, looking from Echo's face to the extended gun as Echo moved closer. It was because the girl was focused on Echo's gun that she didn't notice Echo's other hand. Her fingers were spread out in a fan, and after making a deliberate glance at them to indicate I should look too, and then another down at the ground, she tucked in her thumb. 4. Another step closer, and she tucked in her pinky. 3. The look down must have meant that at the end she wanted me to duck. Closer. Tucked in her ring finger. 2. She got to us and began extending the gun forward, but not far enough to put it in the girl's hand because she clearly wanted the girl to reach for it. Echo tucked in her middle finger. 1. The moment Echo finished her countdown, her free hand shot for the girl's knife hand, with a speed that reminded me of the time she'd pulled my own knife on me. She wrenched the girl's wrist outward so the knife was no longer against my throat, and at the same time I dropped away from the blade. I'd barely gotten out of the way before Echo brought her gun hand up, and since the girl was momentarily exposed, Echo smashed the butt of the pistol against her forehead. As the girl dropped, Echo flipped her gun back around, holding the grip firmly while aiming directly at the teen's head. This time, she didn't hesitate to pull the trigger. I scrambled up, more than shocked that Echo's plan had actually worked. When I reached my feet, she looked at me, her eyes widening worriedly. "Shit," she murmured, hastily taking my face in her hands and tilting my chin up. "You're bleeding." My adrenaline was still pumping wildly, but now that she'd pointed it out, I could feel the warm streak of blood trailing down my neck. I touched my fingers to the wound under my jaw. The bleeding wasn't severe, it only felt so hot because of how it contrasted with the frosty night air. "It's only a nick," I told her, setting my hands on hers. For some reason, I felt like she was the one who needed comfort. "I'm okay." Despite my reassurance, she wouldn't let go of my face, and she pulled back just enough to look at me with a panic light in her eyes. "I'm so sorry," she offered, her thumb running smoothly over my cheek. "I should have listened to you. I shouldn't have hesitated." She was right. She shouldn't have hesitated. However, considering where she'd come from, where she'd been the last 6 years, I never wanted her to feel bad for not wanting to take a life. "It's fine." I actually felt bad that it ended up this way, that we couldn't save the girl. Reluctant to let Echo feel any more guilt, I firmly pulled her hands from my face, but before letting them go completely, I touched them to my lips. "Don't ever apologize for feeling compassion, okay? Don't ever let that go." Then I realized that I'd been involuntarily affectionate, and it put a stab of pain in my chest. Normally, I'd have followed it up by reminding Echo that I hated her, but now wasn't the time. Not when she felt guilty. "But next time," I began with dry sarcasm, taking a step away and feeling Echo's eyes start to scan my face at the sudden change. "You can be the hostage." One corner of her mouth turned up with a hint of a smile, but her eyes wandered to the smallest of the bodies on the apartment floor. I'd tried to be comforting, but I could tell it wasn't enough. There was more I had to say. I had to try harder to make it better. But this was a more delicate situation than I wanted to believe. Echo had lived with raiders for the last 6 years. I'd known from the start that her moral compass was broken. But it wasn't just broken, as far as the things that she was capable of. She didn't have to kill Kellen, but she did. She had to kill this girl, but she didn't want to. I'd always blamed the violence on her being cold-hearted. But since my revelation about what she'd been through, I now knew it wasn't a lack of emotion. I just didn't think that she could tell the exact difference between a necessary kill and a murder anymore. She was damaged in ways that I was still just beginning to understand. "Echo, you want to know a truth?" I asked. Her gaze met mine, and after thinking for a minute, she gave a slow nod. "All the people at camp, their numbers are nothing compared to all the different survivors we've seen over the years. Not even half." I wiped some of the blood off of my neck, and then wiped it onto my jeans. "The truth is, most people can't be saved. Most of them don't want it. In the grand scheme of things, maybe that didn't exactly make this moment better. It was a dark truth. Far from comforting even to me, but it was still a truth, and Echo accepted it with another nod. Not sure what else to say about it, I tilted my head toward the door. "Let's clear the last room." The last room was completely empty of life, but I could tell it's where this group of bandits stayed most of the time. It was filthy with discarded food cans and ammo boxes, and dirty stained mattresses littered different corners of the floor. Afterward, we traveled up to the roof, and the first thing I did was signal to Bravo to stay put where they were. There were a handful of ferals roaming the streets below, so we'd have to wait to regroup. But then I noticed where all the ferals down there were, and it made me sick. They were feeding off a stackhouse. Only his riot gear limited their feeding to his hands and his head. Inside, I was growing furious, and now that my adrenaline was wearing off, it was all beginning to sink in. This is why I followed Cap's zero tolerance policy about raiders. Stackhouse was a good guy. He didn't deserve to be shot and eaten. I wanted to kick something and yell, to let out my frustration, my anger at the injustice. Had it been just Echo and Blake that were here, I probably would have. Despite my inward boiling rage, I had to keep it together, because I had 3 other soldiers here who I couldn't let see what I was really feeling. My platoon's confidence in me relied on me keeping it together.
Hey.
Echo's hand landed on my shoulder, but I was so involved in my thoughts that I jumped.
Sorry.
She huffed amusedly, and then held up some gauze and an alcohol pad.
Will you let me clean that cut? It's the least I could do.
I nodded, lowering myself onto the ground so I could prop my back against the edge of the roof. Echo knelt at my side, and after she pulled the alcohol pad out of the wrapper, she cupped my face with her other hand, gently tilting my chin up. The other thing I could feel now, that the adrenaline was wearing off, was the cold. So while I leaned my head back completely against the low wall, I tucked my fingers beneath my armpits.
Here,
Echo said, taking notice immediately and stopping her work to give her gloves. I was about to protest, and she knew it, because she interrupted.
I'm not even wearing them right now.
Seeing as I was cold, I didn't try to protest again, and pulled them on while she resumed wiping beneath my chin.
You're right, it's just a nick.
She finished cleaning away the blood, and proceeded to blow air at my neck to dry the alcohol faster. All it did was make me colder, so I answered through a shiver. Told you?
Still might have to amputate,
she replied with that laugh-line smirk. Yeah, sure, I started sarcastically to play along. I didn't feel frustrated at the night's events anymore. Echo's relaxed attitude had melted it all away. It's not like I need my head or anything. She chuckled and reached down to the line of gauze with tape. She felt quiet to stick it over my cut, and once she'd pressed the tape on with her fingers, they trailed down my neck. Her eyes were focused on the gauze, even when they traced their way back to my face. And cupping it once more, her thumb caressed my cheek.
I'm sorry I didn't listen to you,
she said eventually. She looked so disappointed in herself, or maybe like she thought I was disappointed in her. I wanted to let her thumb keep stroking me, because I didn't want her to be sad, and she was so warm, and it felt comforting for both of us. But I couldn't. That excruciating pain had already flared. Don't touch me like that, I mumbled quietly, reluctantly as I pulled my head away from her hand. But I felt frustrated again. I never got to act the way I wanted, the way I needed. And stop feeling sorry, I told her, my voice coming out more bitter than I'd meant it to. But now that I'd found an outlet for the frustration, I couldn't stop. I'm fine. You're fine. Just get your shit together and move on. Echo's eyes narrowed the slightest bit with offense, and her head bobbed in a repeated quick and irate nod.
Great,
she grumbled as she stood.
I'm glad the respect here is making some real fucking progress.
I'd regretted taking it out on her the moment the words left my mouth. And when she walked away angrily, I regretted it even more. It was obvious I had to do something by way of apology, but this very second might be a bad time. So I waited a few minutes to give her some time to get over her anger I'd caused, and then I strode to where she'd retreated. When she had the knife to my throat, I began, throwing a leg over the wall to straddle the edge of the roof Echo was sitting on. I could see on your face that you knew how you were going to get me out of it, and I wasn't scared. When she glanced over at me, she still appeared a little upset, but she watched me intently to let me say what I wanted. I know I haven't done much to prove to you that you can trust me completely, and I'm sorry that we couldn't save her. But I know how precious life is, especially now that it's scarce. I wouldn't ask you to take it if there was a better way. Echo nodded knowingly, but I continued before she could respond. When you're not backed into a corner, when you go after the action, it's not as easy to pull the trigger. I hesitated my first time too. I got someone else killed, and I still hesitated again my second time. I shrugged, trying to figure out how to conclude this and make amends. I shouldn't have snapped at you like that, because I understand. Echo looked away, and for a moment I wasn't sure if that was going to be enough for her. But then she glanced back over with a smug smirk.
I might be more willing to accept that apology if you kiss me.
I laughed, relieved that she wasn't still mad. But I'd been trying so hard lately to stop leading her on. Keep dreaming, I chuckled. After that, I strode away to kill time with Blake. We only had to wait a little more than an hour before the ground below was clear and we could travel back to the other building and wait with Bravo. So we gathered the ammunition we could find from the building below us. I let Datsuk, Morgan, and Harvey know that they could come out of the striker, and then we traveled up to the roof of the building where Bravo Squad was. Everyone okay? I asked Powers, scanning the men I hadn't seen since we'd started taking fire from the raiders. They were all there and looking healthy.
No injuries, ma'am,
Powers confirmed. I nodded my satisfaction. Bravo, go ahead and get some sleep, I announced. We'd killed all the raiders in the apartment building, but I couldn't be sure if that was all the ones in the city. Alpha, we're going to take first watch and make sure that there are no more hostiles in the area. I looked to my side to motion for Echo to follow me to the far corner of the roof, where we could watch the ground below, but she wasn't there. Where's Echo? My eyes darted to every face around me, and when none of them were hers, I looked at Blake, a panic forming in my gut. Where's Echo? He looked completely dumbfounded and shocked that nobody had noticed she'd disappeared.
I don't know,
he answered, head turning as he searched the rooftop too. My panic was rapidly building with intensity. Echo? I called, darting around the structure of the roof door was set in, checking behind it in case she was back there. She wasn't, so I shot to the edge of the roof and clicked on my powerful bright flashlight, shining the white beam down to the street. I shifted the light up and down every alley it would reach, but there was no sign of her. At this point, I was frantic enough that I didn't care if my soldiers saw that I was losing it. Anything could have happened to her, and my mind was reaching the worst possible conclusions. She could have been so suddenly attacked by a feral that she didn't even get a chance to scream. There could have been other raiders waiting outside, and they'd grabbed her when nobody else was looking. Now they were probably raping or torturing her, or they'd already killed her, or they were recruiting her and she'd joined them. 20 whole, torturous minutes of panic, and then it shifted to anger. The only way she could have been grabbed by a feral or a raider was because she'd wandered away from the group just enough for that to happen. That was her fault. Stupid. I was furious at her for being so goddamn stupid. After another 20 minutes, during which I raged, I then realized that she'd survived too long to make a dumb mistake like that, and I started panicking all over again. She was dead, and it was my fault for not having her back as well as I should have. That hit me so hard that I had to move behind the door structure so none of my soldiers would see that my eyes were welling with tears. And I motioned for Blake to stay put because I didn't want him to see either. I wasn't looking out for her, wasn't keeping an eye on my battle buddy. Now she was never coming back. My only link to the life I used to have, gone. No more happy memories like pizza stains from cafeteria food fights. No more bad ones like she killed my family. No more sex. That conflict between thoughts, the panic in my chest, the nausea in my stomach, it all had me breathing heavily. I couldn't sort through my own mind, couldn't decide if I was feeling anger or relief or terror or despair. It was so overwhelming that I had to cover my face with my hands and force myself to slow down, to take deep, easy breaths, or else I might pass out. It started to work. I'd force away every thought and feeling so well that my world was quiet. It got so still that I could hear something happening from inside the structure I was leaning against. Thuds of footsteps were coming up the metal stairs. When they reached the top, I sprinted around to the other side, watching intently to see who would open the door. The knob turned. The door cracked open. All the soldiers who were awake were watching it too, and some of them had weapons ready in case it was raiders or ferals. Then Echo's head poked through.
"It's just me,"
she called to the soldiers before coming all the way out, and once the weapons had been dropped, she came through and closed the door behind her. I stomped over, grabbed the sleeve of her coat in my fist, and dragged her all the way back to behind the structure, out of sight again. There, I shoved her hard against the brick. "What the hell is wrong with you?" I growled furiously, angry once more now that I could see that she was completely fine. I didn't want to lead her on anymore. I'd been trying with everything in me not to kiss her or touch her, but I was so relieved that she was alive and healthy and not rejoining raiders that in spite of myself, and before she could even get over the shock of being thrown, I kissed her. I wrapped my arms tight around her neck and pressed my body and lips to hers so eagerly that I could taste her surprise. I was so relieved that I didn't stop her when she recovered from shock and curled her arms around my waist to pull me closer. I basked in it, guilt-free for just a moment, because I thought I'd never again feel her arms, or her lips, or her tongue. The clearing of someone's throat snapped me out of my relieved stupor, and I jumped away from Echo to see Blake laughing by the corner of the structure. Then I remembered my fury, made worse by the fact that now I felt that guilt. So I shoved Echo again, harder than I did before. "Where were you?" I whispered harshly.
"Geez, talk about whiplash,"
she grumbled, once more looking shocked at the sudden change, but she pulled a brand new pair of gloves out of her jacket pocket.
"I want to get these for you."
"Seriously?" I asked angrily. I was so pissed that I'd gone through so much emotional trauma over a pair of gloves that I pushed her again. "What the ever-living fuck, Echo?" I took a deep breath to keep myself from yelling. "You don't leave this group, ever! That was stupid. It's almost daybreak. You could have gotten yourself killed. And for what? A pair of goddamn gloves?" Now she was mad. Obviously because I wasn't receiving the gesture the way she'd been hoping I would.
"I survived for years without you," she said. "I was on my own almost every night, and I'm still here. So don't you fucking tell me what I can and cannot do."
She shoved the gloves against my chest, mumbled,
"You're welcome,"
and then made to storm off, but my arm immediately shot out to the structure to block her path. I'd done it again, made her the outlet for my frustration, when I was far from deserved. She'd risked her life just to make mine more comfortable. It was stupid. I'd rather be miserably cold than let her die for it. But I couldn't deny it was generous. Whether I'd asked for it or not, I owed her gratitude. "Please, don't ever scare me like that again," I told her softly, and I felt reassured when she appeared to understand why I was mad, and it made her anger visibly fade. "It's not worth your life." To show my gratitude just this once, I leaned forward and pecked her tenderly on the still wounded cheek. "Thank you for the gloves." I removed my arm to let her walk away, and once she was gone, I finally took the time to examine the gloves. The brown leather of the outside matched my coat perfectly, but it was of a quality that far surpassed that of my jacket. I slid my icy hands in, meeting more surprise on the inside. I hadn't expected them to be so warm for how thin they were, but that was where the quality was even more apparent. The insulation was thin enough that I could wear these and still be able to shoot my rifle, but they were so warm that I could already feel the life seeping back into my fingers. And they were soft. The inside was lined in a cushioned material that caressed my skin smoother than silk, like I was swimming in a toasty pool of fluff. I didn't know the size of Echo's hands, whether they were larger or smaller than mine, but these gloves were wonderfully snug. They were so flawless that I almost wanted to believe Echo had personally crafted them just for me. So flawless that as I clenched my fist to try out their flexibility, I couldn't stop both corners of my mouth from widening ear to ear.
"Is that a smile?"
Blake asked teasingly, finally reminding me of his presence.
Did Echo just earn a genuine Genevieve smile?
"I don't know what you're talking about," I told him amusedly, giving him an affectionate punch on the arm as I passed by. I made my way to the far end of the roof, where Echo had set her stuff away from the other soldiers and lain down. I laid down next to her while taking one of my new gloves off. She had her back to me, but I nudged her shoulder to turn her over. Once she was facing me, I reached for her hand, and she watched me curiously as I pulled off one of her gloves and then pressed our palms flat together. Her hands were bigger than mine, her slender fingers more than half an inch longer. She hadn't chosen the pair based on her size, but on mine. "The gloves fit perfectly," I said in response to the inquisitive look on her face, pulling away to put my glove back on and then propping my head on my palm.
"I know,"
she replied with an easy smile. "How?" Echo watched me for a few thoughtful moments, as if to judge my mood before saying cautiously,
"I've memorized all of you."
Then with a huff of amusement, she closed her eyes and extended her hand above my shoulder. With it hovering a consistent inch above me, she ran it down over my ribs and the dip of my waist, up to the curve of my hip, and then just as confidently back to my shoulder, all without breaking the distance, all without touching me.
"I could trace your shape with my eyes closed."
After she said that, she glanced away shyly and busily picked at the stray thread on her backpack. It was dark, but her cheeks tinted so red that I could see it. It was the first time she'd blushed for me since high school. Now I had the overwhelming urge to kiss her, to show her how truly thankful I was that she'd risked so much for something so insignificant. It was wrong, and I felt guilty, and I wished that I could stop getting those kinds of urges. I just couldn't do it on my own, because I wanted it so badly that I forgot until it was too late, and I knew she'd never stop me. But that was what I needed, for her to stop me, even if it wasn't by saying no. It would suffice that if I kept doing this, I could hurt her so bad she'd never recover. But in some way, she had to let me know that. I needed something drastic. "Echo, do you love me?" Her eyes immediately met mine with shock.
What?
But she'd heard what I said, and I didn't know if I had the nerve to repeat myself. She scanned my face, while the shock changed to what seemed like offense. The question had slipped out before I even knew what it would be. It wasn't until now that I even realized how inappropriate it was. But it was too late to take it back.
If I say no, will you stop sleeping with me?
I shook my head honestly.
If I say yes, will you want to be with me?
She was asking the wrong questions. She was thinking about it all wrong. I gave another disappointed shake.
Will either answer change the way that you feel about me?
She asked, voice portraying growing frustration. I wasn't sure about the answer to that. Didn't know if it would change anything. So when I made no response, Echo's eyebrows furrowed angrily.
And fuck you for asking.
She instantly turned over so her back was to me. I sighed as my cheeks flared with shame. It was wrong to ask that, and probably cruel, and I knew it. I wasn't trying to make you mad, I said quietly, almost as if I'd meant it to be an apology. Another one. So many apologies. Echo turned just enough to look over her shoulder at me.
Yeah, well, you did.
She shifted back, and a moment later her voice growled from the other direction.
Actually, what the hell were you trying to do by asking me that?
I started, but stopped, unsure of what I could say to remedy the anger I'd caused. I don't understand why you let me hurt you. I wished I could beg her to stop me, or to stop caring so much. She was silent for a few moments before deciding to look over her shoulder at me again. And then she turned all the way, propping herself up on her elbow.
Because I know that's not who you are.
She answered eventually, with a sincerity that was astonishing in the midst of her anger. And then she paused to study me.
You have one of the softest hearts I've ever seen, whether you want to admit it or not. I don't know what's going on in your mind.
She shrugged.
I don't know how or why you like me so much physically when you still hate me, but it won't last. That's not your nature.
When she finished, she turned back around, appearing to have no desire to continue the conversation. What if I've changed? I argued. I was grasping for anything that would help, for anything that might convince her to stop me.
Genevieve.
Echo sighed, without trying to look at me, her voice ringing with finality.
The outbreak changed a lot of people, in a lot of ways. But you've always been who you are.
All that did was make me want to cry tears of desperation. She could always read me so well, but this she just didn't get. She didn't want to see that I was pleading with her, didn't want to see how bad I was for her, or how much easier her life could be if she stopped having feelings for me. I'd known for a week now that this was going to be painful for the both of us, but in that moment, I was terrified of how little power I had. At some point, since this started, I'd lost majority control of the situation. What made it worse was that Echo didn't seem aware she'd gained it. Chapter 33, Kaleidoscope, Echo.
I adjusted the glow-in-the-dark handle of the pocket knife in my hand. Its pale green, the only brief source of unnatural illumination, before it disappeared beneath my gloves again.
At the same time, I glanced at Genevieve by my side. Her body was outlined against the snow by the black riot suit she was wearing, and the features of her face were illuminated by the glow of the moon. I returned my focus to the group of ferals 50 feet ahead of us. They were all awake for some reason, huddled together, even though it was long past sunset. After working on the fence for the last 3 nights with our help, Harvey was almost done. Now he was ready to move on to the next and final section. But before pulling the cargo truck of fencing supplies up to it, we searched the area for ferals. Good thing, too, because I could just make out the outlines of 7 of them. Datsuk and Morgan had been told to wait at the truck with Harvey while we cleared the area. When Genevieve saw me look at her, she gazed back at the 4 soldiers behind us. Since the ferals were awake, we hadn't turned on our flashlights, and I was a little surprised when Genevieve continued forward, especially considering how concerned she'd always was about safety. We were outnumbered. There was 1 more feral than there was of us. But I guess that's what she wanted the riot suits for, and I knew she wouldn't risk Harvey for anything. We crept closer to the ferals, remaining hidden behind the cover of shrubs in the forest that surrounded the base. They were so focused on what they were doing that we were able to get a few yards away without being noticed. Once we reached that short distance, I could finally see what they were so intent on doing: eating. It was very clearly a human figure, but it was as emaciated as they were. Another feral, that's what they were feeding off of. Probably one of their own clan that had either starved or frozen to death. There was no smart, stealthy way to go about this. The moment we left cover, the creatures would spot us and come charging. Another brief look over at Genevieve let me know that she was thinking about what she wanted to do. She'd just taken in a deep breath when there was an uproarious snarl from one of the ferals. The sound caused my heart to drop, because I thought we'd been spotted before being able to make a first move. Instead, one of the ferals had lunged at another, and now they were rolling through the snow, fighting over a piece of flesh one was holding in its hands. Now that 2 of them were distracted, Genevieve saw this as the perfect opportunity. She took in another breath, tucked in her bottom lip, and pressed her tongue to it. And blowing that air out, she released a deafeningly loud whistle. The ferals straightened up, each of their heads shooting in our direction. The first one took off, and following its lead, the other sprinted behind. The moment they reached us, we sprang into action. Genevieve and I were at the front, so we'd let the first 4 run right past us so that the soldiers at our rear could get them. The 5th feral reached us, and I was the first one it laid eyes on. It charged me, preparing to make a grab. Its arms were longer than I predicted, so when I made a mistimed jab at it with my knife, I couldn't reach. The next thing I knew, it knocked me backwards into a tree. The miss was so unexpected that out of instinct I forgot to push its shoulders and instead threw my arms to protect my face from its jaws. The feral's teeth clanked against the solid forearm guard of my riot suit. I was pushing hard to keep it away from me, but every time its fangs connected with plastic, it pulled away only momentarily to readjust. Then it came snapping back. From behind it, I saw Genevieve wind up her knife arm, and then she buried the blade deep into the creature's back. As she pulled it out, the feral roared, and she would have stabbed it again if the other 2 that had been fighting with each other didn't reach us. One of them lunged at her, and she disappeared behind the teeth snapping at my face to fight it off. My feral recovered before I had time to follow up Genevieve's attack. Once more its teeth were digging into the plastic in my arm, its hands making starving grabs at my head. It was pushing against me with such furious strength that inch by inch it was getting closer, and soon a simple shift would bury its fangs in my cheek. Gathering every ounce of energy I had, I began to push back, letting out a shout as if it would give me more power. I managed to shove the feral off, and this time I thought about my reaction. Right as the feral reached for me, I pushed one of its arms away, stepping to the same side so its other arm would miss. Then I drove my knife straight into its chest. It wasn't even completely dead before my eyes shot past it to search for Genevieve, desperate to make sure that she was all right. Blake had come to her aid, and as far as I could see, she and the other guys looked completely healthy. My eyes then wandered to the plastic shield at my arm. I raised it to angle the guard toward the moonlight, shivering at the glow reflecting off of the infected coat of saliva. Never again would I complain about the suits Genevieve wanted us to wear.
"You okay?"
Genevieve asked, leaning to get in my line of sight, to get my gaze off of the plastic. The horror at how close I could have been to infection must have shown on my face, because then she asked worriedly,
"What happened?"
I shook my head and dropped my arm to my side. "Nothing. I'm fine." I was fine, but I wanted to give her the biggest fucking hug I'd ever given anybody. Instead, I offered a reassuring smile. "I'm good."
"Everyone else?"
she prompted, turning to the other 4 soldiers, all of who confirmed. She pointed to Hunt and Lee, telling them,
"Run back to the truck. Tell them that they can drive it up now."
Hunt and Lee hurried off, and the rest of us strode back to the fence to wait for the truck to arrive. The remaining part of the section that Harvey had worked on was only 200 yards long. What we'd been doing the last few nights was using the truck as a buffer, so any ferals trying to get at Harvey would have to go around the truck. From there, the rest of us formed a protective arc, keeping an eye out for any danger while Dasuk and Morgan helped Harvey with the fence. Once the truck was parked where Harvey had easy access to the supplies, Genevieve and I trekked to our post at the part of the fence where he'd already finished. Here we started our watch duty. We'd only been standing there for a few minutes before I already started to get bored. This had been the worst part of the last few nights. We'd already cleared the area, so all we'd be doing now was standing here in the cold. To entertain myself, I took in a deep breath of frosty night air, holding it for a few seconds in my lungs to warm it up, and then let it out in one strong but careful burst. It created a perfect foggy circle that floated into the air in front of Genevieve and I. When Genevieve saw the ring reflected blue in the moonlight, she whipped her hand through the air, sending the fog scattering. "Hey," I objected. "That one was perfect." She glanced at me sideways, her mouth already set with irritation.
"Can you just relax for 1 hour? You've been fidgeting every night for the last 3 days.
She was right. I'd been stomping pictures in the snow with my boots, playing with the magazines of my pistol, blowing fog rings, and even trying to talk to her. She'd had little interest in keeping my mind occupied, so I had to find something. "I'm bored," I answered, unconsciously pulling my pistol from the holster at my thigh. Before answering, and before I could slip the magazine out of my gun just to jam it back in, Genevieve's hands landed on mine, and she directed the weapon back toward the holster.
"Put that away."
While I stowed my gun, I rolled my eyes, though it made me partly self-conscious that she was paying so much attention to my fidgeting. I had to do something with my hands that wouldn't annoy her. I reached out for the fence behind us, about to grab a wire simply to twist the metal between my fingers for a bit. The moment I reached, Genevieve grabbed my wrist.
"Don't touch that,"
she warned in a panic, yanking my hand away. "Just sit still." "It's not even live yet," I told her through a laugh, ignoring her command. I didn't know everything about what Harvey was doing, but after he'd finished this part of the fence, he'd said something about completing the circuit. At least I knew that meant the electricity wasn't flowing yet.
"Are you sure?"
she asked skeptically, glancing between the fence and I. The opportunity to tease her was just too enticing, so before she could react, my hand shot out. Once I curled my fingers around the wire, I stiffened, shaking my whole body in vibrating convulsions. Genevieve gasped, and her eyes widened in instant terror. I could only stand it for a few seconds before I started cracking up. When she realized it was only a joke, her eyebrows furrowed, and she pushed me by the shoulders.
"You're such a little shit sometimes,"
she grumbled, reaching out to test the wire for herself. She was making it way too easy to tease, and the moment her hand touched it, I grabbed one of her shoulders to scare her. Her whole body twitched with fright, and she jumped backwards, narrowing her eyes at me.
"Fucking Echo!"
But even through the anger, one corner of her mouth was curled in amusement. The next second, she'd swung around and jumped on my back with her arms around my neck.
"Eat snow,"
she chuckled, her foot connecting with the back of my knee and sending us both to the ground. She giggled even harder when it actually caused me to faceplant in the snow. I'd been laughing too, but when I landed on the ground, I did it leading with my still injured cheek. It scared me more than it actually hurt, but it was enough that I twisted rapidly, throwing Genevieve off with more force than necessary.
"For real?"
she mumbled like she was peeved, pushing herself onto her knees to brush the snow off of her riot suit.
"PTSD or what?"
Sorry. Still on my back, I pressed my fingers to my cheek. Finding the bruise was even deader than I thought. It really must have been the cold that scared me, because I could poke at it without much pain at all. I thought it hurt my cheek. At that, Genevieve crawled over, her face appearing above mine as she knelt at my side.
"You okay?"
Before answering, I blew another fog ring at her face, and she swatted it away with a smile. Maybe. I couldn't help but smirk as I pointed to my cheek. Plant one right here and I'll be even better. Genevieve was in such an unexpectedly good mood that I assumed she'd find that funny. Instead, she sighed, dropping onto her backside and scooting away from me.
"Why do you always take it there?"
she asked frigidly, even going so far as to throw a snowball at me with frustrated indignance. It hit me in the face. "Ow!" I complained, though it really didn't hurt that bad. It hurt more that she got so distant so suddenly. She'd been doing that more lately, being unusually playful or nice, and then tensing up the moment I acknowledged it. She didn't say anything now, and appeared to be waiting for me to respond to her question. "Why do I always take it there?" I repeated with a sarcastic huff. "Let's make sure we agree on something real quick. I kissed you in the woods the very first time. I instigated." She gave an unsure but concurring nod. "Okay, but every time since then, you've come on to me. So why do you always take it there?"
"Every time except the..."
Genevieve scoffed, but stopped short. And when I cocked my head at her curiously, she finished in a timid whisper.
"The cabin."
"That doesn't count," I told her seriously. "You were trying to take it there, and you know it." She gave me an incredulous scowl. "Fine. Almost every time you've come on to me."
"I don't want to talk about this anymore,"
she said flatly, standing up to move further away from me. Too bad. I pushed myself off of the ground to follow her, somewhat surprised at how quickly things had taken a turn tonight. We're already talking about it. What is it about me that terrifies you so much? Even in the dark, I could see her eyes narrow at me.
"I'm not afraid of you. I've told you that."
"No?" I asked in disbelief, because I can't see what else is holding you back.
"From kissing you?"
"From being with me," I sighed.
"I don't want to be with you,"
she said with an apathetic shrug, leaning back against the nearest tree.
"That's what's holding me back from being with you."
I studied her for a minute, trying to decipher the meaning behind that. It couldn't have been a lie, because the sex didn't feel like revenge anymore. In some ways, she cared about and wanted me. I was certain of it. She'd proved it. Still, revenge was the only thing that made the most sense for why she wanted me without romance. Okay. I ran my hand through my hair as I let out a defeated breath. There was no way I was going to make progress with this conversation, and I wasn't in the mood to argue, especially because this took such a serious turn so fast. Fine. Now Genevieve studied me for a minute, squinting with curiosity.
Really?
She asked eventually. I raised an eyebrow for explanation of her surprise.
You usually push harder than that.
I shrugged, striding to her side and propping myself up against the trunk right next to her. Maybe I'm learning to pick my battles. We were facing opposite directions now, but after a couple of seconds, I heard her huff with amusement.
Where did that come from?
I turned just enough to give her an inquisitive look before folding my arms across my chest and leaning back again.
I mean, were you like this before the outbreak? In high school?
I was quiet for a second, trying to figure out whether or not she was going to take this in the direction I didn't want it to go. At least she was talking to me. It was fairly new for her to recover so quickly after getting annoyed. Usually it made her avoid me for a while. Was I like what?
I don't know,
she started unsuredly.
Would you have argued with me like you do now? You used to take so much shit.
How much do I take now?
You pick and choose.
She shrugged.
I mean, you were always mysterious, but now it's like you do it on purpose.
That idea was so absurd that it made me laugh. I'm not mysterious, and I definitely don't do it on purpose.
But you are,
she argued thoughtfully, almost sounding like she was talking to herself now, more than me.
Back then, it was like I barely knew you, but now it's like...
She paused to think, during which her head turned briefly toward me.
There's this dichotomy about you, and sometimes I feel like I know you. You feel so familiar, but then I think about it, and I really don't know you. I never knew you.
My eyebrows furrowed, and I glanced over at her with an amused smirk. Did you just use the word dichotomy? She nodded searchingly. I'm a little surprised you know what that means.
Don't be a dick,
she said with an involuntary tickle curl of her lips. Dichotomy, I repeated after my amusement faded. She was taking this where I didn't want it to go, toward Hayden. So I avoided addressing the fact that she didn't know much about me. Most things from after the outbreak, except for what I'd already told her, she probably didn't want to know. And the things from before, I didn't want her to know. Not yet. That's funny, coming from you. You're more confusing than I am.
I didn't say you were confusing, she replied seriously. I said mysterious. I don't know what drives you.
Sure you do, I countered. She rotated to lean her shoulder sideways against the trunk, and her eyes scanned me searchingly until she realized what I was implying.
That's not what I meant. I meant drives, as in what makes you who you are.
I refrained from replying, instead offering a single shrug to let her know I didn't have an answer.
Since you mentioned it, though,
she continued when she was sure I wouldn't say anything.
You want to know why your feelings for me makes you mysterious too?
When I nodded, she raised one hand to tap my chin indicatively.
I can't figure out if this is what drives Echo or Hayden.
That put an instant and sinking heat into my gut, and I pulled my face away from her hand.
You might think I'm hot and cold, but you,
and she poked my chest.
You're two different people entirely.
There's only one of me, I said, glaring at her coldly. Just echo. She hummed with disbelief, which succeeded in making me angry. She knew I didn't like it when she brought this up, and she did it anyway. Hayden's dead, and this drives Echo. I grabbed her by the neckline of her vest and pulled her closer to me so that I could whisper hotly. Want to know why you should believe that? This time she hummed with interest. Because if Hayden was still around, you'd have broken her heart by now. When I said that, Genevieve's face fell. She looked so disappointed, and I let go of her to pull away with surprise. Her expression hurt me, because there was something more behind it. Something telling. If that's why you're doing this, I started, scanning her face and trying not to let her see that part of me that was panicking. If you're sleeping with me because you're trying to bring her back. But it made me so upset that I pushed her shoulders angrily. Then fuck off. She opened her mouth to say something, looking more shocked than I felt. But nothing came out, and I was already walking away. I strode to the fence, staring at Fort Mayor behind it, and reluctant to let her see the wounded fury on my face. That new reason made almost as much sense as revenge. This wasn't the first time she'd brought up Hayden, and she'd told me before that she thought the part of me still existed. Maybe she was doing it for both reasons, and that was worse than only one, because just maybe she did have the power to bring Hayden back. And then she'd get her revenge, because the way that she constantly treated me would be devastating.
That's not,
Genevieve said, but after a pause she didn't finish. She didn't want to lie to me. I risked a glance back at her, only to find that she was looking completely confused.
That never crossed my mind.
I didn't know how to respond. It might not have crossed her mind, but she didn't deny it. So I just stood there without saying anything. Eventually she asked,
Would it be the worst thing for you to admit she's still there?
I released a sigh that came out a half-frustrated groan. If by some odd miracle I could even still convincingly act like the girl you used to know, would you want to be with me then? Her gaze fell away from mine, alerting me like it always did to the fact that she wouldn't give me a real answer.
I don't know.
That's why it was a surprise, when a moment later she added decidedly,
Probably not.
Like I had earlier, and even if I was still aggravated, I figured now was the time to give up. I had to keep picking my battles. All this conversation did was hurt, and it wasn't going to get me anywhere. There was no progress to be had. To shift things away from it, I trudged to the backpack I'd dropped a few feet away and pulled out the new pack of cigarettes I'd grabbed while getting Genevieve's gloves. She looked surprised when I didn't respond to her last statement, but when I offered her a cigarette, she took one with a knowing and grateful smile. What are you afraid of, if not me? I asked, rejoining her at the tree and leaning against it once more. What's your biggest fear?
Well, I'm not afraid of dying, she began to list. To be honest, sometimes I think it might be easier than this.
At that, I looked at her concernedly, and reading the expression on my face, she chuckled.
I'm not suicidal, I'm just saying.
Then she shrugged.
I guess my biggest fear is being alone.
I nodded, and she turned toward me with intense curiosity.
What's yours?
I smiled at her enthusiasm. Why do you look so incredibly interested all of a sudden?
Part of the mystery, she answered readily. You've been alone, so that's not it. You lived with raiders, and I'm sure you've stared death in the face more times than I know of. You can't be afraid of dying. You had...
Genevieve hesitated for a moment before continuing, cautiously.
Valerie, and your family, and now me. You're not afraid of loss or love. So, what is it?
I took in a deep breath of smoke and let it out before telling her honestly. Getting bit. To try and lighten the mood a little, I added teasingly. Or being psychoanalyzed. Genevieve gave an almost apologetic chuckle, and then cocked her head at me.
You never act scared around ferals.
Doesn't mean I don't feel it, I replied simply.
Why is that your biggest fear?
We don't know what happens once the feral takes over, I told her. When I was with the raiders, I did everything I thought I could not to kill. But what if when you get bit, you're still in there, only you can't stop it? What if you see and feel it every time? I knew what severe guilt felt like. I couldn't imagine being stuck in my own body, having nothing but remorse that increased with every uncontrollable kill. A look of obvious concern washed over Genevieve's face when the thought caused me to shudder.
I won't ever let you get bit, she said sincerely.
Clearly, I laughed, holding my arms out to motion to the full riot suit I was being forced to wear. But even as I said it, I gave a grateful smile. Genevieve shook her head seriously.
I couldn't even let it happen when I hated you.
This time I cocked my head. Why do you say that like it's past tense?
It's not, she stammered defensively. I just meant when I, hated you with fiery passion.
What kind of passion is it now? I asked with amusement, tossing my cigarette butt into the snow. Lukewarm? I wasn't offended, and my question hadn't been terse or bitter. But Genevieve got suddenly grave. Her eyes refused to meet mine, and she shrugged and spoke in an almost reluctant murmur.
No passion.
Just mild pleasure, I offered teasingly. Her brown eyes finally looked into mine, and with an emotion I could only perplexingly pinpoint as sadness, she nodded.
Something like that.
Given her mood, I wasn't necessarily sure how to respond. She was being so unpredictable. So I did what usually came to mind. Change the subject. So how should we pass the time? One eyebrow and one corner of Genevieve's mouth twitched with uncertainty. Want to make out?
For the love of God, she huffed instantly.
Kidding, I confessed hastily, so she wouldn't get furious, though I couldn't help it that I was poorly holding back my laughter. Jeez, you're so sensitive. You think you're the one getting your emotions toyed with.
Echo, I swear.
Yeah, all right, I interrupted, attempting to appease her. She seemed wound so tight lately, and I was beginning to notice that it was especially whenever I mentioned us. It was only okay when she wanted it. And God forbid I even bring it up mid-act. Sorry. She gave a little sigh. I was a little surprised she was even dwelling on it. But when she spoke again, she sounded pleading.
Stop treating it like a joke.
That made me feel unexpectedly bad. And when she shifted to lean back against the tree, I moved in front of her. Is that what you think you are to me? Even though I wanted to, I kept from taking her face into my hands, because I knew she'd just pull away. A joke?
No.
Even though I'd moved in front of her, she refused to look at me. The snow at our feet was where she'd focused her gaze.
But you never take it seriously when I don't want to talk about something. Like I don't have a reason.
She was being so sincere. And not only that, but whether she'd meant to or not, she'd just expressed a feeling about our relationship. Discomfort or torment. I wasn't sure which. But neither could have been easy. And it was a feeling other than hatred. Nor had she told me what those reasons might be. But either way, the fact that she'd done it was more progress than I could have predicted I'd make tonight. Picking my battles was working. However, receiving meant giving. That's how relationships worked. And that's what I wanted. Genevieve, I said softly, and paused to wait until she'd look at me. Eventually she did, and there was such a vague sense of pain in her dark brown eyes that I genuinely wanted her to understand. Me joking around isn't the same as not taking you seriously. That's just me. Receiving meant revealing vulnerability of my own. Coping. A twinge played across her eyebrows when I said that, and a look came into her eyes, similar to when I'd told her she'd have broken Hayden's heart. I'll try to be more restrained, I assured her, desperate to eliminate any kind of distress I caused. It seemed like she did understand, because if she really cared, she asked,
"How will you cope instead?"
I don't know, I said with a shrug. And even though I'd just told her I'd try not to joke around as much, it was a habit that was tougher to break than I thought. Check you out more often when you aren't looking? It was such a relief when she chuckled that I kept babbling. Or, more than one orgasm every once in a while would definitely make coping easier. I was expecting one of two reactions when that slipped out of my mouth. Either Genevieve would get mad, tell me how that wasn't restraint, and do something like shove me. Or she'd find it amusing, maybe even playfully tell me off. It was a surprise when she squinted at me with shocked curiosity.
"Can you do that?"
I snorted with laughter, almost buckling over because I was so pleasantly amused by her reaction. Then, when I realized she was serious, I had to clear my throat to force it away. Still, there was a final hiccuped giggle before I could answer. How bad do you want to know? By the sly smirk that turned up both corners of Genevieve's mouth, I was almost convinced that she might seriously give in to my flirting. Needless to say, I was disappointed when it was her turn to laugh.
"You think you're so suave."
Though she did it lightly, I was so unprepared for it that it was even more of a surprise when she smacked my face.
"And you're lucky that caught me off guard."
Unpredictable. She'd gone from upset to playful again in a matter of seconds. Before I could say anything, her eyes dropped to my lips. I could see the thought reflected in her eyes. She wanted me. Plus, she was always so good at turning these things around on me that I wanted to win this round. You're dying to know, I observed.
"Don't tell me,"
she countered, and she had a proud smirk on her face when she leaned forward to whisper in my ear.
"I think I might find out for myself."
She was only flirting with me like that to be a pain in the ass. But when she said that, I blurted unintentionally, "When?" Genevieve gave a smug shrug of her shoulders as she walked away to look down at the length of the fence towards the truck. "No! Damn it, Genevieve!" Now every time that she kissed me, I'd be wondering. Every time she touched me, I'd be hoping it would continue. I couldn't handle the tension that came with that kind of uncertainty. God, I groaned at her back. That's already torture. So much for winning this round. Her shoulders were shaking with entertained laughter.
Seriously, Echo, you brought that on yourself.
I pouted at her disappointedly. Tease.
Flirt.
After staring in the distance, she turned back toward me.
Teach me how to blow smoke rings.
I squinted at her suspiciously. Why?
It'll be better for both of us than you fidgeting or trying to flirt with me, she answered.
In order to be more restrained, I held back a comment about her blatantly flirting with me. Instead, I pulled a pack of cigarettes from my bag, and while she reached for the one that I was offering, she asked,
Did Valerie teach you?
Why couldn't I have known before the outbreak? I tried to maintain a playful tone, but I never could predict the tone our conversations would take when Genevieve started in certain directions. My question made her laugh, and she shook her head, entirely unconvinced.
There's absolutely no way you can make me believe that.
She was right, and I chuckled to let her know that. A guy named Halston.
One of your raider buddies?
She predicted knowingly. But there was an underlining scorn to her tone. It made me not want to talk to her anymore. They weren't all bad people, I told her defensively, and she practically rolled her eyes. Her playfulness was gone again. I'd been as light-hearted as I could, and it was clear that both of us were trying so hard to make our non-physical relationship as smooth as possible. But there was the Hayden thing, and then her being sincere, and then being snide about the smoke rings when she'd specifically asked me to teach her. She was all over the place. I could only take so much at a time, and I was reaching my limit. It's not just black and white, I continued. This was a battle I wouldn't give up on, because there were people like Valerie and Halston who deserved better than what Genevieve thought. You don't know, and you don't get to judge because you weren't there. Yeah, Halston was a raider buddy, and you know what? He was there for me. Her mouth set in a thin line. Emotionally, this had been a strange night for both of us so far, and it seemed she was reaching her limit too.
You left him behind.
For you, I growled.
Because you were scared they'd kill you,
she corrected callously. No, I huffed, growing more and more agitated. At least we were clearing the air. I'd always been honest with her about my intentions, but now I was laying it all out. Because you saved me, after I took something you loved. When I said that, her face twisted with agony. I tried to stop bringing it up, because it made you so angry. But why do you think I stuck around before my feelings for you ever came back? She didn't answer. But even though I could tell she knew, I supplied it in words. To make it up to you. Genevieve stressfully massaged her fingers over her eyes, letting out a distant sigh.
Why are we still talking about this?
She was trying so hard to shut me out. I could see it all over her face. You think I'm a mystery, I answered gently. Because you think I'm joking when I say you're what drives me. And I'm trying to help you understand. She was done. She dropped down into the snow and propped her back up against a tree. She pulled up her knees, folded her arms across them, and she buried her face so that she wouldn't have to look at me. However, now that I had started, I couldn't finish until I'd made my point. Surviving is so easy now that I'm not alone, and not with raiders. It's almost boring. I knelt down in front of her, hoping that she'd look me in the eyes and see that I was exposing myself. I don't care about the camp, or the space, or a damn cure. I wouldn't tell her that I loved her when she asked. To be honest, I wasn't even sure I knew what love was anymore. This was never what I had in mind. I wasn't even sure if the love I had to give was worth it. If it would mean anything to her coming from a murderer. This was the best answer I had. I wish I had another purpose. Another motivation. Genevieve, but you're all I got.
Stop, she mumbled into her arms. I don't care.
Maybe not, I consented. But you know what it's like living for someone. I see you do it every day, because you do care about the camp, and the space, and a cure. Before continuing, I reached around her arms, placed one hand under her chin, forcing it up to make her look at me, to make her see the sincerity on my face. You can play with my emotions. You can get mad and be mean, but don't discredit the things I'd sacrifice for you. I hadn't meant to get emotional, but now, especially since it looked like I'd reached her, I couldn't keep from sniffling. You don't have to tell me what it's worth to you, but sacrifice is the only valuable thing I have left to give. Please don't act like it's worth nothing.
Echo,
Genevieve whispered. She squeezed her eyes shut tight while taking in a deep breath, and then refusing to open them again, like she couldn't say what she wanted if she was looking at me.
No matter how much I might hate you, it's worth something.
LT, called a deep voice from somewhere in the dark, searching, but not afraid. It sounded like Lee, and normally Genevieve would have pushed me away, afraid of being seen so close, even if I was only on my knees in front of her. This time she let out a lengthy breath and rubbed her fingers into the furrowed creases of her forehead. I almost wanted to ask if she was okay. It had been clear how stressed she was about this mission since the beginning. And with the ways she'd been treating me, fluctuating more than normal, maybe she was losing her mind, already snapping under the pressure. You're really confusing, I told her instead, not wanting to push her too far and change that she was being sincere again. LT. This time it sounded like Hunt. Genevieve gave me the smallest of conciliatory smiles.
I wish I didn't have to be.
Then she called in the direction of the soldiers.
Over here.
She stood, pulling her flashlight out of the pocket of her riot suit and clicking it on in the direction of the voices so they could locate us. I straightened up too, and a few seconds after the crunch of boots in the snow became audible, Hunt and Lee appeared in the beam of Genevieve's light. Harvey says he's done, Lee informed her. That put a smile on her face. We were one step closer to bringing the civilians here.
Perfect.
At the beckoning wave, I grabbed my backpack and followed Genevieve to the truck with Hunt and Lee. The moment she saw Harvey, she asked,
"Is it working?"
"Not yet," he answered, hurling what remained of the electrical wire onto the bed of the truck. "When the sun comes up tomorrow, it hits the solar panels. It should go live."
"And the batteries will store power?"
In response to his nod, she gave him a grateful pat on the back.
"All right, let's pack it up."
After gathering the remaining supplies and loading them back onto the truck, Genevieve and I got into the cab. She followed a dirt trail to the road, and then the road to the gate, where Blake and Jarvis got out to open it up. The main entrance couldn't be electrified, so after Bravo had finished fixing the broken spots of fence, Genevieve had them line a gate with barbed wire. There wasn't much else I could think of yet to make our defense much better. While Blake and Jarvis heaved open the gate, My eyes wandered toward the nearest building, of which we'd be sleeping on the roof come daybreak. I'd only been looking so I could scan the building next to it, curious about what type it was now that we'd start clearing them. However, it wasn't the adjacent edifice that caught my eye. It was something between the two. Through the dark, it was hard to make out anything revealing. Male, female, feral, uninfected. There was no way I could tell. Almost like a still black specter. It was just standing there, peering from behind the corner of our building. I leaned forward in the cab, squinting to try and get a better glimpse through the windshield, but it didn't help.
"What's the matter?"
Genevieve asked, starting the truck toward the open gate. The question tore my focus away, and I glanced over at her. It couldn't have been a feral, or else it wouldn't have just been standing there. But 2nd Platoon had done a recon without spotting any survivors or raiders. Plus, Bravo had to be almost done locking up all the buildings on the base. They'd been at it for at least a night and a half. There was nowhere an uninfected could have come from. When my gaze darted back out of the windshield, searching for the figure I'd seen, it was gone. My eyes had to have been playing tricks on me, bending shadows for some entertainment. I shook my head. Genevieve would probably take it more seriously than I did, even if I was wrong. And the last thing that I wanted to do was add to her stress. Nothing. Genevieve pulled the truck up to the curb outside of our building, and while we got out of the cab, the rest of the soldiers jumped off the bed. It wouldn't be long until daybreak now, so instead of going out to look for Bravo, we trudged up to the roof to wait for their return. Tomorrow night, we'd start clearing Fort Mayor of ferals, and I strode to the edge of the roof to stare out over the expanse of base. But as I got there, I saw it again, disappearing around a corner of another building. It was only a fleeting glimpse of a running foot I saw this time. Or that's what I thought it was. It just as easily could have been a small animal, but at the back of my mind, I was growing skeptical. Chapter 34. Rarity of Truth. Genevieve. What do you think we should do then?
Asked Blake.
Split Alpha and Bravo. Clear 2 buildings at a time.
I nodded side to side in slight agreement. Most of the base had a suburban composition, with houses and 1 or 2 story offices making up the majority of it. Splitting up would definitely get the job done faster in those cases, but I couldn't shake the fear that ferals everywhere might be grouping. Then there were the barracks, a hotel, and a medical complex that was almost the size of a small hospital. For the medical complex, there was no way we could split up. The space and possibilities were too large. "I think we can split for these areas," I told him, holding my flashlight out and pointing to the large map Bravo had found last night. My finger circled around the homes and offices. "For the barracks and hotel, what do you think about a wake and shoot?"
Wake and shoot,
Blake repeated with pleased laughter.
We haven't done that in a while. What is that?
Echo asked, leaning over to look more closely at the map, as if that would give her some indication. "With barracks and hotels, there's always a lot of doors in one hall," I started to explain, and Echo nodded knowingly. "So first, we'll check any room with an open door. Usually that's where we'll find ferals. Afterwards, we go down the hall, pounding on one door at a time to wake up any ferals inside. If there's ferals, you mark it. Come back once they stop pounding on the door enough to open it. They come bottleneck at the door on the way out, and we shoot them." She grinned, giving one satisfied nod.
I like it.
"We'll do the medical complex last," I finished. Together. Blake glanced past Echo and I to the rest of the soldiers lounging around the roof.
What about Harvey?
I followed his gaze while I took a minute to think about it. He knows how to use a gun. We can't afford to let anyone sit out right now. I looked at both Blake and Echo to check if they agreed. Seeing that they did, I gave a long, high-pitched whistle to signal that I wanted everyone's attention. "Here's how we're going to do this," I said as my soldiers moved closer. "Tonight, we'll do as many houses and small offices as we can. Alpha and Bravo are splitting up. Bravo, if you come across any ferals that outnumber you, leave if you can, and remember where. We'll do it together." I paused, waiting to see some nods of acknowledgement before continuing. "Alpha, before the houses, we're going to clear one of the barracks with a wake and shoot. I don't know about you guys, but I could go for sleeping on a bed in the morning." Everyone appeared excited about that. "Last but not least," I concluded, "keep an eye out for a radio. If the parts are small enough, bring it back with you." Again, there were nods from my troops. "Grab all your stuff. Let's go." Once I finished, I folded up the map and shoved it into my backpack. As I did, I noticed Echo tugging at the neckline of her vest, though she didn't gripe about it out loud. She even stopped pulling at it completely when she realized I noticed, giving me a small smile instead of complaining. It was a short trek to the nearest set of barracks, and the stairs were on the outside, with only a couple of entrances leading to an indoor setup that I imagined was similar to college dorm rooms. There was an identical building right beside this one, but for now all we needed was one. The main entrance to the first floor of the building was a set of heavy metal doors, each with a single window set near the top. Bravo had secured it with a lock and painted the code on just like I'd told them to. Being at the head of the group, I twisted the code and removed the chain, tossing it over my shoulder so that we could take it and secure the doors from the inside. However, when I pulled one of the door handles, it wouldn't budge. They were locked. I briefly glanced down the length of the building, trying to come up with a solution when my eyes landed on Echo. Normally, I'd have one of the guys kick it in, which always caused more of a racket than I liked. I'd completely forgotten that Echo was always prepared for something like this. "Still got your bobby pins?" I asked her, motioning toward the keyhole. That was all the prompt that she needed to pull the pieces out of her bracelet and kneel down in front of the door. "Keep your light on it for me." Doing as she requested, I aimed the beam of my flashlight toward the lock, watching while she stuck her bobby pins into it. It was completely lost on me what exactly she was doing. One hand moved while the other twisted, one pushed up while the other pulled, but she was made for finesse like this. Her delicate fingers were dexterous but firm, never doubting for a second she knew what she was doing. And she did this cute thing when she was so intently focused, where the tip of her tongue stuck out of the side of her mouth. I'd never noticed that before. There was a soft click as Echo used the pins to twist the lock, and she pulled one out to use her hand to turn the handle. She moved to my side while she held the door open, and at my signal, the rest of Alpha Squad filed into the building ahead of us. I strode in after them and turned to chain the doors from the inside, but Echo hadn't moved. She was just standing there, staring off into the darkness as though something had captured her attention. "Psst," I whispered. She moved forward and into the building, refusing to remove her eyes until the door blocked her vision. "Here." I reached into my backpack and pulled out a can of spray paint, watching her thoughtfully and trying to figure out what she was thinking. 2247. She finally glanced at the lock I had draped over my shoulder, and when I curled it tight around the handles, she used the paint to remark the code on the inside of the door. Fortunately, the building was straightforward. There were 2 rooms on either side of the short main hall, which intersected one other long hall with 20 doors in each direction. Not a single feral was to be found on a simple walkthrough of the first floor, so we trudged up the stairs at the end of one hall to the second. There weren't any up here, and neither were any of the unit doors open. When we reached the first floor again, we went back to the first room near the main entrance. There, I slammed the butt of my rifle hard against the door. We were all tensely silent, waiting to see if any noises would come from the other side. I hit the door one more time, and when there wasn't a sound, we moved on to the next one. We got through the entire first floor without a single feral. It wasn't until we were halfway done with the second that my pounding resulted in a snarl. "Mark it," I told Echo, because she still had the can of spray paint. While she drew an X on the door, we finished the rest of the floor. It was just that room that had an unknown number of ferals in it. Returning to it after our search, I gripped the handle, not too surprised when I found it was locked. I nodded for Echo to take my place. "Work your magic." She undid this lock with greater ease than she had the first one, but instead of opening it right away, she stored her bobby pins back in her bracelet. I stuck my arms straight out, signaling to my soldiers to form a row in front of the door. They all stood directly across from it, each shining their lights on it with one hand while gripping their knives tight in the other, preparing for combat. I grabbed the handle once more, and at the same time I threw it open, I let out a loud whistle. The sound was met with the expected snarl, but when the ferals came rushing out, there was only one. Hunt shot forward without hesitation, dispatching the creature with a single plunge of his knife. After that, we all just looked back and forth at each other, unsure of whether or not to believe it was that easy. No others came sprinting out, so I motioned my troops in to check the rest of the unit. That was the only feral in the entire building. It had probably recently got itself locked in, and its group had wandered off. "All right," I said aloud, unconcerned with my volume, seeing as we were almost certain the building was secure. "Clear the rest of the rooms and then we'll move on. We'll scavenge later."
"Ma'am,"
Jarvis prompted, and I raised my eyebrows at him questioningly.
"do you want us to kick the doors in?"
It kept slipping my mind that most of these units might be locked. In response to his question, I passed Echo a pleadingly toothy grin. The moment she recognized the request behind my smile, she glanced up and down the hall we were standing in, taking in the number of doors. Then she looked back at me with disbelief.
"You're kidding, right?"
I offered a shrug and a slightly apologetic smile. It'd be nice if we didn't have to break them. All she did was sigh and start trudging back down the stairs to the very first door. Every time she finished an unlocked door, however, the room before that had already been cleared. She couldn't unlock them as fast as we could clear them, and after 10 doors, I could tell that she was getting sick of it. "Guys," I said to my soldiers, not wanting Echo to feel too much pressure, "wait here. Get something to eat while Echo does the rest of the locks." They all agreed, and I followed Echo across the intersection to the last half of this floor.
"Thank you,"
she sighed, kneeling down at this door instead of squatting because her legs must have been getting tired. "Take your time," I told her, folding my arms across my chest and leaning back against the wall while she focused on the lock. She was sticking her tongue out again, and I didn't mind observing this newfound quirk. Eventually, she'd undone every lock on this floor, and I followed her up to the second story. When she dropped down in front of the door, however, she just plopped back on her butt and laughed.
"My hands haven't been this cramped since our essay writing days."
"I'm surprised you got this far without stopping," I admitted with a chuckle, reaching down to take the bobby pins from her. I examined them for a minute before suggesting, "Teach me?" Learning wouldn't just give her a needed break, but it also seemed like this was a valuable skill to have. Echo watched me silently for a few seconds, almost as if she was trying to decipher my intentions. "Sure," she agreed eventually, moving out of the way so that I could kneel down. In position, I stuck both halves of the bobby pin into the keyhole like I'd seen her do a dozen times already. But after that, I was lost. Now what? She pushed herself up to shine her flashlight at the door and scooted herself to my side.
"You want to give this one some tension,"
she instructed, setting her hand on mine and showing me the right amount to pull.
"On the inside, there's pins. So this one,"
she pointed to my other hand before sitting back on her heels.
"You have to push them up one by one."
I nodded, and while keeping tension on the bobby pin in my left hand, I felt around with the one in my right. It took me all of 2 minutes before I gave up. No matter how much I searched, I couldn't even locate the pin she was talking about on the inside. "Help," I pleaded. "I can't feel the pins." Echo laughed and moved closer again. This time she reached beneath my arm to set her arm under mine. But she didn't just rest it there. In order to direct the grip of my index finger and thumb with her own, she had to get her other fingers out of the way. So she slipped the remaining 3 right between mine, and for some reason, I gulped.
"Okay,"
she whispered thoughtfully, using her fingers to guide mine, directing the bobby pin around the lock.
"There,"
she said happily, moving my grip up and down.
"Feel how it shifts? That's a pin. There are 6 in here."
She glanced over at me to make sure I was following along. Her face was so close to mine.
"Keep playing with it until..."
she mumbled, continuing to adjust my fingers until the pin froze and the tension I was putting on the other bobby pin shifted.
"That happens."
She looked over to see if I understood, but I was stuck staring at her. It had been so long since I'd been with her. So long since I'd done anything but kissed her. I was craving it. Had started craving it again after the way that she touched me the night that we got the riot suits. I could easily do it now. Take her lips with my own. Push her down the hall to the last room we'd opened. I could make it so quick nobody would question how long we were gone. Wrong. So wrong.
"Am I too close?"
Echo asked quietly. Those gray eyes kept running over my face like she couldn't figure out exactly what I was thinking. But I could tell that she was trying to be restrained by not flirting. I felt myself give a slow, uncontrollable shake of my head. But the very next moment, my mouth came to the rescue, and I blurted, "Yes." Without a single protest, Echo removed her hand from mine. But there was a visible disappointment as she flopped her back against the wall beside the door.
"If I had to sum our relationship up into a reaction,"
she said with a humorless chuckle,
"that would be it."
I didn't say anything, using the lock as a distraction to try and force myself into control.
"Your body says one thing,"
she continued to herself,
"and your mouth says the complete opposite. Which one will Genevieve act on tonight?"
I turned my eyes on her, about to plead with her to let it go, but she could see it on my face, and she threw her hands up in surrender.
"Shutting up."
I immediately focused all of my attention on the bobby pins in my hands. It was so consuming that I started to grow frustrated when I failed to make any progress. 5 minutes later, I sighed and dropped my tired arms. "I can't," I groaned. "I don't know what I'm doing wrong."
"You're great with your hands,"
Echo said with a hint of teasing in her tone.
"but you aren't exactly accustomed to being gentle."
I resented that, especially because it was quite clear by the depth of her laugh line that she wasn't just talking about lockpicking.
"You're forcing it."
"I'm not forcing it," I grumbled. Finding determination in the desire to prove her wrong, I raised my arms into the door again and reinserted the bobby pins. But I was terrible at this. I had none of her artistry, or her patience. The more I tried, the more I failed. The more I failed, the more frustrated I got and the harder I jerked at the lock. Another 5 minutes later, Echo repeated boredly,
"You're forcing it."
"I'm not." I yanked the bobby pins out and fell back onto my heels, taking a deep breath to keep from fuming. What I wasn't accustomed to was failure. "I'm done. I'll try it again later." I gave the bobby pins back to Echo, and we switched places so that she could jimmy it. It took her less than a minute to get the door open. She made it look so easy, and I couldn't help but give her a cranky scowl as she moved on to the next one. A few of the rooms had already been unlocked, and after Echo undid the rest, we went back downstairs to begin double-checking the units for ferals. Easy was an understatement when it came to clearing this building. On our way out, I secured the chain once more around the outside of the door, and we moved on to begin clearing houses and small offices. The cold winter, lack of food, or ferals grouping somewhere else made our job simple, and the most exciting detail of the night was that we found an old ham radio in the closet of one of the offices. As sunset neared, we carried it back to the barracks in pieces. I had Hatfield, who was good with communications tech, put it back together while Harvey worked his magic with the electrical supplies. With every one of my soldiers sitting around the empty room we'd set it in, Hatfield dialed in Camp's frequency. "All set, ma'am," she told me once the cackle of the static started coming through the speaker, and she handed me the microphone. "Thanks," I said gratefully, and then spoke into the radio. "Home Squad, this is 1st Platoon. Come in, Home Squad. Do you copy?" The static continued for a second as I waited to see if anyone could hear us.
"Reading you 5, ma'am,"
came the response.
"Stand by for Cap."
It took a few minutes for whoever was on the other side to find Cap, but eventually he arrived, and I could hear the smile in his voice when he greeted.
"Genevieve, you copy?"
"Loud and clear, old man," I replied, comforted by how relaxed he sounded. "Just checking in. Fence is up and running. Supplies and ammunition good. Roger so far?"
"Roger."
My mood fell when I realized the part I had to tell him next. Casualties. "Sir, we lost Stackhouse. Over." There was a pause, during which the soldiers around me fell so silent that the only noise was the soft static of the radio.
"Copy that,"
said Cap's voice. But he didn't sound as upset as I predicted, and a moment later I found out why.
"Tripton found a doctor."
At that, there were murmurs from the soldiers in the room. It lifted the mood instantly, and I almost didn't believe my ears. Tripton was the man who'd volunteered to search the country for a doctor that might be able to develop a cure. Years later, and he'd finally done it.
"In San Diego, California. I sent half of 2nd Platoon. They're gonna bring him over to you. Over."
From the resulting noise amongst my platoon, I could tell they were excited about it. Roger, but I couldn't say the same for myself. The camp was already compromised enough with us gone for so long, and now he'd sent more soldiers away, leaving it even more vulnerable. I didn't like it, and I would have told him that if it weren't for the fact that all of my troops were sitting around. Over and out. While my soldiers filtered out of the room to go to the units they'd picked for themselves, I turned off the radio. Once they were gone, it was only Echo and Blake that remained, both of who looked tired.
"Good night, ladies,"
Blake mumbled, pushing himself off of the floor and giving back an affectionate pat on his way out. "Sleep tight," I said after him, and when he disappeared out of the door, I dropped my head onto the table the radio was on. It got so quiet that I'd almost forgotten Echo was still here, until she said,
"Camp will be okay."
I lifted my head to look at her, surprised that she knew exactly what I was thinking.
"I could see it on your face,"
she explained.
"When Cap told you about 2nd.
I smiled gratefully for the attempt at comfort, but I just didn't want to think about it anymore. All it would do is cause stress, and it was done. There was nothing that I could do to change it. So I motioned to Echo that we could leave, and I followed her down the hall to our separate rooms. We reached her door first, however, and then I couldn't bring myself to pass it. She walked right in, pulling off her bulletproof vest before she even crossed the threshold and tossing it to the floor.
"Do you think that doctor will be able to make a cure?"
she asked, glancing back at me because I was standing in the doorway. The craving was back. And as she stripped away the riot gear, it grew with each discarded article. "Maybe," I answered with a shrug. "I hope so." Eventually, Echo was down to her usual cargo pants and shirt, and as she sat down on the edge of the bed to take off her boots, I closed her door from the inside. We were finally alone. When she heard it click shut, she glanced up from untying her laces.
"Are you sleeping in here?"
I shook my head. I still had my hand on the doorknob, and I was trying so hard to convince myself to open it back up and walk out. But what I just realized was that Echo was becoming an addiction in every way. My grip on the handle kept tightening as I told myself that I shouldn't be doing this. Then I felt the itch of withdrawal, and it loosened back up as I rationalized that I could walk away if I really wanted to. Only I didn't have to walk away, because this would be the last time, and the next time I'd have the strength to resist. But just this one last time. I could tell by the look on Echo's face that once more she knew exactly what I wanted.
"What are you waiting for?"
she asked, using each foot to kick the boot off of the other. My grip tightened again hopefully. "For you to say no." But I could see that she wouldn't, and my hand dropped from the doorknob completely. I took a step toward her, followed by another, and another.
"You can't even say no to yourself,"
she answered, gaze locked on mine as I reached her.
"How can you expect me to?"
There was no verbal answer for that. All I had to offer in response was setting one hand on her shoulder, giving her a push to lay down. My fingers had become expert at working the button of her cargos. They knew which way to twist, and with how much pressure so well that all it really took was a flick of my wrist. As I slid the zipper down, I climbed onto the bed, setting one knee on each side of her to sit over her hips. I had no control anymore. It didn't cross my mind again that I shouldn't be doing this. I wasn't thinking about how I'd feel afterward, because right now it didn't matter. All that mattered was the fix. All that mattered was the gratifying moment I slid my hand down her pants, and that she closed her eyes and took in a relieved breath because I finally touched her. When her eyes opened again, they were looking up searchingly, and I watched them land on the pillow. The moment she reached for it, I leaned forward, and I grabbed her wrist with my free hand to stop her. The sounds she made were becoming as necessary as the rest of it. If this was going to be the last time, then it had to be completely satisfying.
"Blake's room is right there,"
she whispered in protest, but she hadn't granted me any noises yet, so I made a long, slow stroke against her favorite spot, and when her eyes fluttered close again, she pursed her lips, stifling the resulting moan into a pleasured squeak. "Just be a little quieter than normal," I told her, releasing her wrist and straightening back up when I was sure that she wouldn't grab the pillow. She didn't, but it caught me off guard when she pushed herself up to sit, to meet my body with her own. I was still wearing my vest, and her hands instantly set to work undoing it. I continued my motion against her, and through another suppressed noise she breathed,
"Take this off."
"Why?"
"If you want me to stay quiet without being silent."
she said, pulling my hand out of her pants to raise both arms.
And you have to compromise.
Out of curiosity, I left my arms raised to let her lift the vest over my head. But she didn't stop there. She undid the zipper for the upper half of the long-sleeved suit, pulling my arms out of it, until all I had left was my tank top.
I need a distraction.
Her hands slid up my hips and around my back, while her eyes followed, moving up my body until they locked on mine. When I made no immediate sign of protest, she pressed against my back to draw me closer, meeting my neck with her lips. It was so new, so incredibly and unexpectedly arousing, that when her mouth opened against the side of my neck, I couldn't think to stop her. Nor was it her who made the next pleasured sound, because mixed into the startled breath I let out was an involuntary throaty moan. Addiction. This was a high unlike any I'd ever experienced with her. I'd never had a thrill like being so unprepared for the heat of her mouth against my skin. Never felt a rush like when I shoved my hand back between us, and she hummed against my flesh at the return of my touch. I was so lost in the fog that my head tilted back for exposure, and my free hand tangled in her light brown hair. I was so lost in the fog that when her mouth trailed to my chest, and one of her hands boldly came around to work under my shirt, sliding up to massage over the sensitive skin of my breast, all I could think was yes. With every sound she made, my excitement heightened, and with each rise I touched her more lustfully, increasing the desperation of her mouth's hold on me, of her hand's hold on me. It was so intoxicating that I was disappointed when she removed her hand and it joined the other at my back. Even though it was to pull me closer still, to squeeze me tight against her in order to release all the tension of the reaching end, because the reverberating moan into the crook of my neck just wasn't enough. It lasted so long, and the whole time I loved that I could feel the slightest grinding of her hips against my hand. Even after it was done, she kept her grip around my waist, panting for air against the exposed skin of my chest. But I wanted her to come down from it slow. I wanted this final high to fade, not vanish like every other time. So I leaned back just enough to get her to look at me, and then I kissed her. I felt the lips that had released such a stirring sound, tasted the tongue that had caressed the flesh of my neck, and it was her who ended it, if only because she was still struggling for oxygen.
You,
she began with another breath, her hands absent-mindedly running up my back. She had to suck in air in order to speak again.
You never kiss me after.
No. I felt an instant panic. Fade, not vanish. Damn it, Echo. I reached behind me to remove her hands.
Shit, no,
she uttered pleadingly.
Don't pull away.
My heart sank. Oh God. I pushed myself off of her and stood. It sank in what I'd just done again. And I realized that I couldn't have walked away if I wanted to. That this wouldn't be the last time, because that's how addiction worked. I'd rationalize it every time, like I had now, because my body was working against me. It turned my mind against me, so I'd tell myself whatever I needed to make it feel okay. Then once it was over, I'd remember why it wasn't. And now all I had left was failure and regret and self-loathing. Fucking hell. I hurried for the door.
Genevieve,
she called after me.
Please.
I hate you. I slammed the door behind me. I was shaking, my hands trembling as I rushed to my own room. That wasn't a fix. It was an overdose, and now I felt sick. I turned the handle of my door, and when it didn't budge, I assumed it was because of how unsteady I felt. So I did it harder, but it still wouldn't move. There was so much panic in my gut that I grabbed it with both hands, shaking violently, pleading with it to open. "Damn it!" I growled, slapping my bare palms against the locked door. As if it wasn't bad enough, Echo poked her head out of her room. She noticed instantly what was happening, and without saying a word, she strode over and knelt in front of it. After sticking the bobby pins in, however, she stopped, thought for a second, and then pulled them out. "Please don't," I begged. "Not right now." She sighed. "Genevieve, just open the fucking door!" I shouted, pounding a hand against it again. She went through a moment of visible shock, which shifted to fury as she stood. "You don't get to be mad at me for what just happened," she said angrily. "Not one goddamn bit." "I'm not mad at you," I said in a loud whisper, desperate to be left alone and realizing that some of the soldiers might hear. "Why can't you see it, Echo? I'm mad at me, always." I groaned and bumped my forehead against the wall. "I'm mad because I can't stop, and you won't stop me, and it's a mess." I refused to remove my forehead from the wall so that she wouldn't see the tears stinging my eyes. "It's all fucking mess." "What's a mess?" she asked, and I took a frightened step back when she tried to set a comforting hand on my shoulder. My head, my heart. I felt sick to my stomach, and the corner of my mouth kept tugging down with misery, but there was an undeniable longing in my chest, and a powerful desire for contact hovering beneath every inch of my flesh. There wasn't a single part of me that didn't feel confused. "I'm begging you," I said quietly, blinking away the tears, "to open the door, please." She studied me for a minute, appearing like she was trying so hard to find something to say. Kneeling down once more, she undid the lock with ease. She was barely on her feet again before I opened the room and hurried in, but as I tried to close the door on her, she put her hand on it to stop me. "You want to know what I do see?" she asked gently, but she continued before I could respond. "I see you trying so hard to keep me out, and I see you failing." I just stared at her, too afraid of what would come out of her mouth to even try replying. "Tell me I'm wrong." I began closing the door again, but she pushed against it even harder. "I could be good to you, Genevieve," she told me pleadingly. "I try, even now." The pain in her eyes cut me to the bone. "I don't understand why you won't give me a chance." All I really wanted to do was hug her, and to apologize over and over again for how much I was hurting her. Just looking at her, knowing I couldn't walk away, but could never give her what she wanted, it was excruciating. So I steeled myself as best I could. For being so smart, I began coldly, trying to upset her so she denied me next time. But I already felt the steel breaking down. "You can be pretty fucking stupid," and I shoved the door shut. As I walked deeper into the room, a single heavy thud boomed against the door. It was unexpected enough that I jumped, but I knew immediately after that Echo had hit it out of anger. That was it, though. One punch and she must have walked away, because there wasn't another sound, and everything went quiet. In the midst of the silence, I dropped face first onto the bed, burying my face into a pillow. A moment ago, I felt like crying, but the silence gave me the focus I needed for composure. I forced away everything, every unwanted thought and feeling, and eventually I fell asleep. It was still a couple of hours until sunset when I woke up. The rest of my soldiers were awake too, so we hung out in the community room with the radio to kill time. Some of them had been up on the roof shooting ferals, but they informed me that there really weren't very many wandering because we had to have successfully locked them up. Echo didn't come out once, and when it was finally time to leave and continue the mission, I had to go to her room to get her. I knocked on her door, loud enough so that she'd hear me if she'd simply been sleeping the whole time. Echo! I waited a minute and there was no answer. We have to start clearing houses again. A few moments later, the door opened, and Echo was completely dressed in her riot suit and ready to go. But her mouth was set in such a consistently emotionless scowl that even her laugh line had disappeared.
Here,
she said flatly, and she tossed my bulletproof vest into my arms with more force than necessary.
You left this in there last night.
Then she marched past me without saying another word to join the rest of the soldiers in the meeting room. Listen up, I said as I followed her in, gaining my troops' attention. You guys are doing good. I dropped my backpack onto the floor to put my vest on while speaking. We're going out with firearms tonight in split teams of 4. Harvey, you'll stick with Datsuit, Morgan, Hunt, and Lee. I glanced over at Bravo Squad Sergeant. Powers, I'll let you designate your groups. Everyone should be back at the truck at the latest an hour until sunrise. Questions? Everyone shook their head. Let's move out. While everyone was filtering out of the room to head to the truck outside, I wandered over to Echo, who'd been sitting at the edge of the desk while I talked. When I reached her, however, she immediately got up and tried to pass me. Hey, I said, putting my hand on her arm to stop her before she walked away. Are you mad at me? She gave a sarcastic huff of laughter, but then her face grew serious. Her eyes met mine with that dry gaze for a moment before she tried to walk away again, but I tightened my grip. Echo hadn't been mad enough to ignore me since I'd almost gotten her bit. And when it wasn't severe, she was usually vocal about her anger. What I did last night was nothing compared to almost letting her get bit, but for some reason she was angry enough to want to avoid me. Just a month ago, she was so concerned with getting me to like her that she let me get away with almost anything after letting me know how she felt. I'd hurt her feelings, and the next minute she'd be trying to joke around, trying to make me feel better. This time was different, like she was getting tired of it. I just wasn't sure how that would manifest. I didn't know if she'd be aggressive and we'd start fighting again, or if she'd just ignore me forever. It was yet another example of the control I'd lost. But the greater fright to me was that I cared more about her not talking to me than about that loss. When I didn't let her leave, she turned back to me, leaning in to whisper so the remaining soldiers wouldn't hear.
You're a friend to me. You have sex with me. You kiss me like it meant something. You tell me you hate me. And then you insult me and slam a door in my face.
She wrenched her arm out of my grip while narrowing her eyes at me. If only she knew how hard it was to treat her like that.
How about you save us both some time and stop asking stupid questions?
Then she paced toward the exit. Do you want an apology? I called after her sincerely, fully prepared to offer one if it would earn back favor.
Another stupid question,
she announced as she disappeared out of the door. It was just Blake and Jarvis who were left in the room by now, because they were going with Echo and I, and both of them watched her leave before glancing back at me curiously.
Hell has no fury like a woman scorned,
Blake recited knowingly. I sighed and I reached for the backpack on the floor, throwing it over my shoulders. You have no idea.
You know, ma'am,
Jarvis began candidly.
Echo seems like the type that might enjoy the serenade, sappy love songs and the like. Always worked for my girlfriend.
Blake snickered with amusement, and even though I was trying not to burst into laughter myself, I shot him a playful glare. I couldn't tell if Jarvis was joking or being completely serious, but the advice was so completely useless that even though I was trying not to, I let slip a chuckle. "Thank you, Jarvis, for the insight," I said with entertained sarcasm as I started for the door. The soldiers were all waiting in the bed of the truck when I reached it. Echo must have felt like driving, because she'd already posted herself in the driver's seat, and when I hopped into the passenger side, she fired it up immediately. It was a short drive across the base to the final 2 neighborhoods, and from there, I had the Bravo team stay put while my 2 Alpha teams trekked a few streets to the second one. Echo was silent the whole walk, even while Blake and Jarvis chatted at both of us. By the time we got there, I was desperate for her to stop being upset with me. I wasn't sure exactly what to say to her, especially since we weren't alone. So when we got to our first house and found it locked after removing the chain, I cheerfully prompted her for the bobby pins.
"You're learning how, huh?"
Blake asked curiously when I knelt down to try my hand. I turned my head just enough to give him a smile and a nod. It's been so useful, I figured I should.
"You're rubbing off on her."
Clearly trying to cut some of the tension, he playfully bumped his elbow into Echo, who was leaning her shoulder against the side of the house to watch me.
"We'll have 2 criminals on our hands before you know it."
Echo didn't so much as look at him while she said pointedly,
"I couldn't have an effect on her if I tried."
But that wasn't true. So even though I usually tried to hide it, I swiveled my head to let her see the flash of discouraged emotion it put on my face. Nobody really spoke after that, but I couldn't complain too much since the silence helped me focus. I still couldn't get anywhere with the lock, and after a few minutes I glanced up at Echo. "Can you help me?" It wasn't just that I needed help. I could tell she liked being close to me, and in order to make amends, I was perfectly comfortable letting her do it, even with Blake and Jarvis standing there. It wasn't like all the soldiers didn't know something was going on anyway. She held her hand out for the bobby pins. Thinking she'd use them to demonstrate, I gave them to her as I stood. But while she knelt down in my place, she mumbled, "Later," and unlocked the door on her own. I would have been more disappointed about it if it wasn't time for action. "Weapons ready," I announced. Holding my rifle in one hand, I stood off to the side, reaching for the knob with my other. My 3 teammates raised their weapons, and I swung open the front door. I moved in behind Echo, closing the entrance behind us and pulling out my flashlight. Our beams illuminated the living room straight ahead, sectioned off from the open first floor by 2 large couches set perpendicular to each other. To our immediate right was a kitchen, and beyond it, in the far corner where I expected to see a dining room, was a grand piano. There was a set of sliding doors between the piano and the kitchen, but before checking the outside, we had to clear the second floor. We moved silently toward the stairs between the piano and the living room, and stalked upward. There were 2 bedrooms and a bathroom, all 3 of which, after the journey through the hall, were empty of ferals. Last was the backyard. I flipped the latch to unlock it, and then eased one of the sliding doors back as quietly as possible. The grass was so overgrown, I could barely see the top of a bench sticking out of the far end. Part of the fence had collapsed from years of neglect, and the branches of the tree in the corner had grown so large and heavy that they hung down into the lawn. It was impossible to see from the porch if there were any ferals in the yard. We'd have to comb it. The moment we took a step as a group to leave the concrete porch, a bright light illuminated the entire yard. It scared me so bad that my heart started pounding, and by the terrified looks on my companions' faces, I could tell it had a similar effect on them. Once the shock wore off, I searched upward for the source, a pair of solar-powered motion detector floodlights. All at once, 13 different bodies sprang from the grass, visible only from the waist up. The collective roar was deafening, and it did nothing to calm my already riled pulse. We began to fire at the same time the large group rushed toward us. I squeezed the trigger, confident enough that I hit my target that I didn't even pause to make sure before moving on to the next. The ferals were closing in fast across the small yard. Only another 15 feet separated us. My finger tensed again, dropping another one as I shifted my aim, immediately pulling the trigger a third time. Between the 4 of us, we'd only managed to hit 9 before the distance was closed. I set my sights on the closest feral to me, ready to shoot right before it made a grab. But what I didn't notice as I fired a 4th time was that another feral was already in mid-air lunging at me. It hit me so hard it knocked me off of my feet, and the angle it came from sent us sideways into a bucket of gardening tools. A large pot shattered against my lower back, but it hardly registered against the panic of trying not to get bit. I had one hand wrapped around the feral's emaciated throat to keep it away, while my other hand made a frantic search for the knife at my thigh. Before I could find it, Echo's arm wrapped around the feral's neck from behind. She yanked it off just enough so that the spray of blood wouldn't hit me when she pressed her pistol to its temple and she pulled the trigger. I took her hand when she offered it to help me up, but once I was on my feet, there was a sharp pain in the back of my hip. It hurt enough that I whimpered, and even though Echo was still mad at me, I draped my arm around her shoulders to take some of the weight off.
"What's wrong?"
she asked worriedly, stowing her pistol and leading me to the wall of the house. "I think I pulled a muscle," I grunted, setting a hand against the wall when she propped me up against it for support. "I just need a minute." Echo leaned me around just enough to shine her flashlight over my back, but when she did, her eyes widened and she swiftly got behind me.
"Holy shit!"
When she said that, Blake and Jarvis moved behind me too, and one of them sucked in an exaggerated breath through his teeth. "What?" I asked, beginning to panic all over again.
"Dude,"
Blake said in an almost amused huff.
"There's a chunk of ceramic sticking out of you."
"Shut up," I breathed in disbelief, trying to twist to get a glimpse. It hurt to move like that, but eventually I bent backward enough to see it. 2 inches of blood-stained ceramic protruding from a seeping wound in the back of my hip. "I'm gonna be sick."
"It's not that bad,"
Echo told me reassuringly. I would have thought she was making it up if she didn't appear so calm when she squatted down to get a closer look. "Are you sure?" I reached around to feel for the shattered piece of pottery, but the moment my hand brushed it, the pain became agonizing. "Fuck me!" I growled through the pain, weakly leaning my head against the brick house and trying not to get woozy. "Get it out!"
"Okay."
Echo set my arm around her shoulders again and helped me limp indoors. She led me to the island in the kitchen with Blake and Jarvis following behind, and there she began to unstrap my bulletproof vest.
"We have to take this off."
I let her lift it over my head and set it aside, and it seemed with an almost reminiscent pain that she undid the zipper of my riot suit.
"You might need stitches after I pull it out,"
she explained, directing my arms out of the suit.
"It'll be easier to take it off now, before the bleeding really starts."
She lowered the suit as far as she could without pulling it down over the jutting piece of ceramic, and then motioned for me to lie on top of the waist-high island in the center of the kitchen. I pulled myself onto my stomach to stretch out over it with some difficulty. and once I was in a comfortable spot, I plopped down. Echo dropped her backpack onto the floor and turned to search the cupboards in the kitchen. While she looked for whatever it was she wanted, I glanced at Blake and Jarvis. You guys searched the rest of the house for supplies. Try to keep it to critical needs for now. They looked kind of reluctant to leave, and I chalked it up to them just wanting to see the gore. But after a moment, they nodded and strode off. The next second, Echo set something on the granite by my ear, and I swiveled my head back her direction to see it was a bottle of vodka. She screwed off the cap and poured some over her hands to clean them. And once she set it back down, she gave me an apologetic smile.
Here we go.
I felt her hand set gently near the shard. Count to 3, I pleaded, so I could brace myself for it. There was an increase of pain as she gripped the piece in her fingers.
1.
But the very next second, the ceramic was ripped out of my flesh. I clenched my teeth so that I wouldn't yell at her. It was the agony that made me furious, but if I opened my mouth, I knew I'd take it out on Echo. I still let out a rumbling groan, but it wasn't over. As if the stabbing wasn't enough, Echo poured the alcohol over it, resulting in a sting that burned so bad I swear I could feel it across my entire back.
Worst part's over,
Echo said, extending the bottle before me so that I could take a drink. I wanted to decline because we weren't done with the night's work, but good Lord, did I need something to take the edge off. While Echo opened a sealed package she'd got from her backpack, I took a long swig, coughing down the burn and handing the bottle back to her. At least now that the wound was clear, the pain faded enough for me to be able to tune the rest out. I'd had stitches before, and I knew I could handle that. Seeing as we were alone, and I wasn't sure if Echo was still mad at me or not, I figured I should try to make conversation while she worked. "How'd you learn to do stitches?" I asked, watching her try to thread the curved needle. Her gaze passed over the eye of the needle, just briefly to focus on me, and then she went back to trying to fit the thread through. I almost thought that she wasn't going to answer me, and even though she did, it was clear she was still upset.
I lived with raiders,
she mumbled.
Injuries were common.
It was even clearer how upset she was when she passed the first stroke of the needle through my skin without being as gentle as I knew she could. I winced, biting back a curse. It was only the first stroke that was rough, though, as if she was using it to make a point that maybe she didn't want to talk, because the next one was so delicate, I hardly felt it. At the risk of getting aggressively poked again, I asked gently, "Will you accept an apology now?"
Are you gonna act like that again?
She replied readily. Probably, I admitted reluctantly, bracing myself for another rough stroke. If you don't deny me.
Then no,
she answered to my original question. She didn't make the final stitch more painful than it needed to be, and while she reached for a piece of gauze, I twisted enough to look at her. Why are you so upset about it this time?
What do you want, Genevieve?
She dropped her hands in frustration.
90% of the time you're mad at me, but now that I'm the one that's mad, you can't stand it. Do you even realize how confusing that is?
You're not being entirely fair, I retorted. In response to that, she slapped the gauze onto my sutured wound, causing me to whine with pain. It was frustrating, so I continued with aggravation. You're mad at me because you refuse to see the sex for what it is, for what I've repeatedly told you it is. She pressed tape down over the gauze and motioned that I could sit up.
What's that?
Sex, I breathed in frustration, painfully pushing myself up to sit on the edge of the island. Pure and simple.
You're full of shit, Genevieve,
she snapped.
I've had the kind of physical relationship you're talking about,
And you know what? It couldn't compete with our worst moments. Not even when you're rough and bitchy. Because no matter how hard you try, I always feel emotion from you.
She folded her arms across her chest angrily, taking a breath to fuel the next part of her rant.
And sex just for the sake of physical need goes both ways. But you don't let me reciprocate. There's no mutual give and take. Which means there are reasons why you won't tell me.
She stopped short from finishing, and her head shot in the direction of the open sliding doors. "What is it?" I whispered, reaching for my rifle when Echo took a step toward the door. She pulled her pistol out of its holster, and she raised it as she strode closer. Everything went dead silent, except for the barely audible footsteps of Blake and Jarvis upstairs. She crept closer, and I tensed, ready to spring into action in case we'd missed any ferals or attracted some new ones. She just reached the threshold of the yard when something jumped onto the island and landed at my side. "Ah!" I shouted in surprise, hopping off the island and nearly tumbling to the ground because of the unexpected soreness in my hip. Echo turned with her pistol aimed and ready to fire. "No, wait!" I hollered as my eyes focused. It was just a cat. A scrawny, blue-eyed Siamese that strode to the edge of the island and meowed at me. "Where did you come from?" I asked in a friendly tone, inching forward to let it sniff my hand. Its nose brushed my fingers for a second before it rubbed the side of its face against my hand. Echo chuckled, holstering her pistol and coming back over. I scratched at the top of the cat's head, grinning at its contented purrs. It had been so long since I'd been around a feline that I'd forgotten until a moment later I sneezed. It scared Echo more than the animal did, and when she recovered, she laughed.
"Genevieve Moretti has a weakness after all,"
she said teasingly, extending a hand to run it down the cat's back. "I'm not that allergic," I told her amusedly. I wrapped my arms around the friendly animal to bring it closer. It stood to put its front paws on my shoulder and nuzzled its head against the side of my face. I sneezed again. "He's so sweet, I can't resist."
"Yeah,"
she agreed slowly, her voice sounding almost suspicious.
"He is really sweet, isn't he?"
"What?" I prompted, knowing she was thinking something. The cat dropped from my shoulder, and Echo reached over to scratch under its chin and produce more purrs.
"It's just, I haven't seen a cat in years that wasn't wild."
We locked gazes, and at the same time both of our heads rotated toward the open sliding door. I knew by the sudden tension that we were both thinking the exact same thing. This cat was friendly because he was familiar with humans.
Chapter 35. Long Way from Home. Dugan.
"Here,"
Namiko said with a soft smile, extending a handful of painkillers. I picked out 3 of the 6 pills, saying before I tossed them into my mouth, "The pain isn't as bad." Both her and Kara had been monitoring me closely for the last week and a half. You'd have thought I had something terminal the way they were constantly watching with worried, attentive looks on their faces. Even now, after I'd swallowed the meds we'd found in our gas station, Nameko put an ear against my ribs, instructing me to breathe deeply. She'd said a few days ago that she was keeping an eye out for pneumonia, and that's why it was important for me to keep taking medicine, even if it stopped hurting so bad. I did as I was told, and while the air flowed into my lungs and Nameko listened, her eyes wandered up to my face, watching for a reaction. My brow furrowed with a slight cringe toward the end of the inhale, and as I let it out, she straightened up.
"Lungs sound good,"
she told me in a confident but quiet voice.
"The pain?"
It's more of an ache, I answered. Breathing only bothered me now when I took deep breaths like that one. There was still a sharp pain any time pressure was applied, but that wasn't a problem, seeing as we'd been taking it easy since my injury. Wolf had been sore for a couple of days, mostly in his hind legs, but he was completely fine now. I could just see Kara out the front door, and every half a minute he brought the ball back to her so that she could throw it up the road for him again. I hadn't seen joy like that in years. Kara laughed, and she praised the dog every time he returned with the tennis ball, and Wolf watched her with his tongue lolling out until she threw it once more. "That dog isn't tired yet?" I called to Kara playfully. They'd been at it for 30 minutes already. She leaned back to look at me through the door.
"He's a free spirit."
She threw the ball with a forceful grunt.
"He needs to run."
At that, she chased after him, and a few seconds later, they both went tearing past the door the other direction. "Stay close at least," I hollered so that she'd hear me, and yelling like that caused a twinge in my ribs. It was the middle of the day, but that didn't stop our stalker feral from attacking me, and I wasn't sure if there were more out there. Nomeko gave her usual quiet giggle.
"Worrying is bad for your health process,"
she joked shyly, and her hand gave my chest a timid pat. She'd been getting a lot bolder recently, but she was clearly still adjusting to being playful again. "I was a dad once," I agreed with a chuckle, reaching into the bag of fresh figs on the counter beside me. "You don't have to tell me twice." I was about to throw a fruit into my mouth when Kara shouted from somewhere behind the building,
"Dugan!"
The fig fell from my hand and my fingers closed around my rifle as I shot out the door. Ignoring the pain in my ribs from running, I sprinted to the back of the gas station. Kara was standing in a brush with Wolf at her side, but neither of them looked to be in danger. "What?" I asked, somewhat impatient, given the stabbing in my ribs. She waved me over, and when I got to her side, she pointed. It took me a moment to see what she wanted me to, but eventually the trail of dust stood out against the distant horizon. On a road a couple of miles away, it looked like a few vehicles were kicking up dust. I raised my rifle to get a closer view through the scope. Sure enough, there were two of them. One was a dark green truck with a camouflage tent over the bed. The other was a tan tank with a big flag and some kind of bug painted on the side. Both very clearly military vehicles. They weren't heading our direction. In fact, a small caravan had already passed by our gas station and was continuing on. Still, I couldn't forget our encounter in that deserted town. The single dying man who told us not to trust them. Some mysterious they who looked like military but were something far worse.
"Who does it look like?"
Kara asked. And because I was in such deep thought about our options, I handed her my rifle. She raised the scope to one eye, watching for a minute before observing.
"Soldiers."
She remembered that dying man too.
"You think it's those bad guys?"
"I don't know," I mumbled. Maybe it was. Maybe it wasn't. But I wasn't taking any chances. Even though they'd already driven by, it was always a possibility that they'd come back this direction and stop here to check for supplies. No way in hell we'd be here if that happened. We aren't sticking around to find out. I turned back to hurry toward the gas station. Nomeko had come out to make sure that Kara was all right and was standing near the corner of the building.
"Shouldn't we wave them down?"
"No," I answered, passing her hastily. "We're leaving. Kara, come on." Both Kara and Wolf ran past me and into the shop, and I could hear Nomeko's footsteps keeping an easy pace behind me.
"What if they have a safe zone?"
she asked, sounding confused at my reaction. I walked through the broken door, explaining as I reached down for our replenished duffel bag of food. Before we found you, we went through a city where all the pharaohs had been killed. Even though Nameko appeared to have doubts, she began to collect her things with an appreciated amount of trust. There was a man trapped in a house with a few pharaohs. We couldn't save him, but he told us that a group of people impersonating soldiers locked him in there. I raised my duffel bag with a wince, preparing to set it over my shoulders, when Amiko put a hand on my arm to stop me. She motioned for me to hand it to her. "It's heavy," I protested, reluctant to make her carry it over a long distance, even if I was injured. She nodded knowingly.
"Which is why you need to let me." "She's right,"
Kara agreed, coming over with her axe dangling over one shoulder and giving me a slap on the back.
"You can be macho later."
It was still with reluctance that I gave up the bag, but I offered her a grateful smile. "At least let me carry your backpack then." Nameko traded with me, and after I'd thrown both her backpack and mine onto my back, I grabbed the bag of figs off of the counter. "Kara," I prompted, passing it off. "Go get as many as you can in there." Kara bounded off with the dog on her heels while I did a final walkthrough of the shop, checking for anything that we might want to take and we hadn't stored already. Everything we'd need was already in our packs, but I strode to the warm refrigerators, opening one of the doors. I grabbed a few glass bottles of cola, wishing there was more nutritional value to them, so I'd have an excuse to bring more. "A few for the road," I told Nameko, handing her one of the bottles and slinging my rifle over my shoulder. We left the store right as Kara was climbing out of the fig tree. We tied the handles of the plastic bag together so none of the fruit would fall out when she shoved it into her backpack, and then she picked up her axe and shotgun, ready to go. Just like that, after a week and a half of recuperation, we were on the road again. After traveling with Kara these last months, it had been nice not to worry about where we were for a while. The gas station had been remote, and there was plenty of food to last a while, but staying in one place was hardly any safer than constantly being on the move. At least this way, we were getting closer and closer to Kara's forest refuge. It seemed to me to get colder the more we walked, and it wasn't just because we'd started our journey in the afternoon. We'd begun veering north a while ago, and the more northeast we got, the more weather changed. As the sun set, I zipped up my coat, noticing that Kara had taken her gloves out of her backpack and slipped them on her hands. The cold wasn't the only thing that kept us from conversing like we normally did. It was tense, and even though Kara's step had its normal youthful bounce, I could tell that she was tense too. It was long dark by the time we came on a sign that lightened our moods with accomplishment. I pulled out my flashlight, shining it at the reflective blue billboard. "Welcome to Oklahoma."
"Discover the excellence,"
Kara read, and she jogged toward the sign.
"Woo!"
she exclaimed happily, jumping as she passed beneath to slap her palms against it. "Should we call it a night at the next place we get to?" I asked, restoring my flashlight. Part of my wanting to stop was because Namiko was leaning under the weight of the duffel bag. I would have offered a trade with her if it weren't for the other part of wanting to stop. Just the 2 backpacks I was carrying had been causing a constant ache in my ribs for the last hour.
"Sure,"
Kara agreed, and when I glanced over at Namiko, she nodded eagerly. It took us another 20 minutes to finally reach a good place to stop. It was only a small community of about 100 mobile homes.
By the looks of it, most of them were run down even before the outbreak. Others had started leaning or collapsing from the years of abandonment, and even in the cold, the area smelled of decaying vegetation.
Discover the excellence,
Kara repeated as we strolled into the crumbling neighborhood. Then she corrected in an exaggerated southern accent.
More like discover the trailer park.
I started to chuckle at that, until Wolf let out a low, rumbling growl. Because of what had been following us the last time, Wolf got grumbly. I instantly pulled my rifle around, raising it to be ready. The volume of his growling escalated, so I pulled out my flashlight once more, lighting the beam in the direction his ears were pointing. The moment I turned it on, 2 bright yellow eyes were reflected back at us. My heart skipped when the owner of them leapt into action, snapping a twig beneath its hooves. The deer pranced out into the darkness, and I let out a relieved sigh. We definitely weren't in the desert anymore. Wary of being out in the open for too long, I searched for the nearest mobile home that wasn't collapsing. Pulling my knife out and motioning for Kara to have her axe ready, I strode toward the door. The screen door opened without a problem, and I let Kara hold it while I reached for the handle of the front door. I gave the knob a gentle twist, and finding it unlocked, I opened it slowly, trying to avoid a squeaky hinge. Once the entrance was completely cleared, I took in a deep breath, preparing myself for the possibility of ferals. As I let the breath out, I leaned the front half of my body into the home, shining my light over every inch of observable floor, searching. The kitchen was visible at the back of the long house, and from across the entrance I could see just 2 doors across the living room. I stepped in, hearing the door click shut behind me after Kara and Namiko had entered. We crept across the carpet toward the open of the 2 other rooms. It was a bathroom, and other than my own reflection in the mirror giving me a bit of a start, it was empty too. Last but not least, next to that was a single bedroom. I eased open the door, moving my beam around to check for ferals. There'd been a scuffle here at some point, probably at the start of the outbreak. The blankets from the bed were all over the floor, and the bed itself had been knocked into a disoriented angle. Items from the nightstand and small desk in the corner had been scattered on the ground. We searched under the bed, the desk, and in the closet, and even though the place was a mess, there was no danger. "Looks clear," I said aloud, trudging back out to the living room. While Kara picked up the disheveled couch cushions off the floor, I replaced them on the furniture. I made my rounds to all the windows to pull the curtains shut. Kara gave a loud sigh as she plopped onto the couch, pulling her feet up halfway so there was room for Namiko to sit. I dropped the backpacks I was holding onto the floor, and then carefully tried to massage my fingertips over my ribs to work out some of the soreness. "Why don't you guys get some sleep?" I offered. "I'll take first watch."
Are you sure you're not tired?
Namiko asked, and I could predict exactly what she was thinking because of how thoroughly she'd been looking after me. Sleep was important for the healing process. I nodded. "I'm good. I'll look around for supplies." In response, Kara's mouth opened with a wide yawn. She stretched her arms over her head and then leaned her head back over the armrest. Wolf had curled himself up on the floor, but after Namiko got comfortable and I strode away to search the house, he got up to follow. The dog was proving to be more loyal than I thought he could, given how unaffectionate he'd been treated at Vans. But while I trudged from cupboard to cupboard in the kitchen, He trailed me so close I could feel him against my leg the whole time. There wasn't much to be had in the kitchen. The old remains of boxed foods, none of which were good anymore, was about all I could find. Giving up on this section of the house, I wandered back into the bedroom. I pushed around the items on the floor with my foot, shining my light down and looking for anything useful. It scared a spider out of under the pad of paper, and when Wolf caught sight of it, he pounced. He was so distracted playing with it that he stopped following so closely while I moved to the other side of the bed. There was a closet on this side, and something in it had vaguely caught my attention on our first search of the ferals. Now that I had more time to look at it, it was even more promising than I thought. It looked like a gun safe, 3 feet tall and a couple feet wide. I squatted down in front of it and twisted at the spired handle. The only problem was it was locked tight, and without a code there was no way I could break into it. I straightened up thoughtfully, glancing around the room. There was a computer on the desk at the opposite side, and from where I stood I could see some sticky notes still posted around the monitor. None of them were any significant help, though. Just reminders of appointments and a couple of computer passwords, though those were all words when the code to the safe was a series of numbers. On a whim, before walking away, I lifted the keyboard, almost laughing at the appearance of the last sticky note behind it. 0381, I murmured, shoving the note into my pocket and going back to the safe. I dialed in the numbers and gave the prolonged handle another twist. This time it gave, and the door popped open almost as though it was dying to be searched. Despite my excitement, it wasn't as profitable as an endeavor as I'd hoped. The only thing that was in it was a box of .57 caliber ammunition, which didn't work on any of our weapons. The owner must have taken everything else years ago. Finished with the search, I meandered back to the living room. Nameko and Kara were fast asleep, and it put a smile on my face when I saw that Kara had moved over so she was now resting her head on Umiko's thigh. Before getting comfortable, I grabbed a blanket from the bedroom, shook the dust off of it, and carried it back out. I set it over Kara, but it was big enough that I could tuck it in and up. That way it folded around to cover Nameko's lap, too. There was an armchair near the couch, so I plopped into it to rest while I stayed awake for watch. A few hours later, Nameko woke up, and after silently motioning to me that she'd take over, I fell asleep.
How?
The holler woke me in the morning, and I shot up to see that Nameko had been in mid-sprint from the kitchen toward me, about to wake me up and warn me of something coming. The noise scared Kara too, because she was now sitting on the couch, wide-eyed. It sounded again, and while the howl cut through the still morning air, it was very clearly human. No doubt it was drawing attention too, because moments later the first claps of gunfire pierced through the air. Keep him quiet, I instructed Kara while I darted off the chair into the living room window.
How?
The shout sounded again, this time accompanied by several more. I pushed aside the curtain just enough to peer out, right as a feral went sprinting by. I adjusted to watch its course, only to see it get 20 feet from the first tank coming slowly up the street, and then get mowed down by the burst fire of the machine gun on top. My heart dropped. The three were completely different vehicles than the ones we'd seen yesterday. There were 2 tanks and a truck here. What were the chances? But I had no doubt that our luck had completely run out, because the obnoxious, reckless method of this invading group matched the motives of our rogue impersonators. Wolf let out a growl then, and I turned my head to shoot a warning at Kara. Her bottom lip tensed, and she grabbed the dog's face in her hand sternly.
"Stop it,"
she scolded in a whisper. The rapid fire of the machine gun was consistent now, and aided by the sounds of other automatic weapons. I looked out again to see that the ferals in the area were being drawn to the vehicle. There were other soldiers sitting on top of the tanks near the machine guns, and every one of them was hooting and hollering, having a disturbing amount of fun shooting at the onslaught of ferals. My mind was racing. My only plan to get out of the house was to wait until they passed by, and then to make a break for it. That plan was shut down when the steady squeak of the tank's tires came to a halt outside our mobile home. There was one sole exit to our entire house, and that was the front door. As the tanks came to a halt, I peered out the window again, watching as one of the men in military camouflage kept firing into a pile of bodies that had accumulated in the street. He continued until another man smacked him on the back of the head. "Hey, asshole!" the guy yelled at him over the roar of the engines. "Stop wasting ammo." There were 12 people in total sitting on the outside of the two tanks, both men and women. They were all wearing dark blue camouflage that matched the reckless shooters, and they all hopped off when the vehicle shut down. The exit hatch of the first tank popped open, and a man's upper body appeared. "Who's wasting my ammunition?" he shouted angrily, lifting himself out and throwing himself off, landing on his feet on the worn asphalt with a lump. The same guy must have done it before, because the man I assumed was a leader looked right at the culprit with a fierce glare. He was massive, almost 6.5 feet of burly muscle, visible because he was in the frosty air in nothing but a black t-shirt and the same blue camo pants. Even from here, I could see his bald head was covered in a dark tattoo that stemmed down below the neckline of his shirt. He had dark, auburn facial hair, carefully trimmed in a square around his mouth and down his chin. There was a large atomic weapon hanging over his back, and a pair of massive knives sheathed to either side of his belt. A single look from him would have been enough to terrify me if I was in the culprit's position. But the smaller man didn't look fazed. "You had a long drive, boss." The guy grinned, pulling the flask out of one of his pockets and tossing it over. "Have a drink." The boss unscrewed the lid of the flask, taking a long swig, while someone else appeared from the hatch. It was another man, only a few inches shorter than the leader, but more than 100 pounds lighter, because he was so scrawny. His hair was the same color of the leader's facial hair, but it was long and messy, and it hung down over his eyes. He swung down from the tank with an almost eerie, creature-like grace, cropping onto the culprit's back. "Where's mine?" he asked with a laugh, perching himself on the man's shoulders. "Get off me, freak!" The man bent over, grasping at the lanky one and trying to pry him off. The rest of the guys were watching with grins of amusement, including the 4 others that had come out of the second tank and truck. The scrawny man slapped the culprit in the face, eliciting laughter from the group before nimbly jumping off. While he leaned on his feet, I noticed someone else had appeared through the exit hatch. A woman who was sitting at the edge of it now with her legs dangling into the tank. She had on the uniform pants, but her shirt was a dark blue, and over that was a hooded, black leather jacket, of which she'd pushed up the sleeves. She was equipped much like the leader, though it was a pair of pistols dangling at both her sides instead of knives. Her hair half buzzed on one side from the temple down, all the way to her gaze. Cold, watchful, calculating. Tell me what you called him again, the leader commanded, and at his voice the amused laughter died down. The culprit finally seemed struck dumb. Tell me! It looked like the culprit cleared his throat, repeating himself too quietly for me to hear from the inside of the house. The leader's lips curled into a tiny smile, and he handed the flask to the freak, who began to take a long drink. Once his hands were empty, the leader clenched his fist, and before the culprit could blink, he'd been hit in the face so fiercely he stumbled back and fell. The freak golfed hard enough that he spit alcohol all over the place, and there was uproarious laughter from the group. Mia, baby, the leader called to the woman on the tank. Come down here, stretch your legs. Mia jumped down, taking the flask the freak was handing her. She tilted it to her lips, more and more until it was empty. Resecuring the lid, she strode to the culprit, who was sitting on the ground, still recovering from being hit, his lips tinged with blood. I was afraid for him, unsure of the cruelty behind the woman's cold stare. But when she reached him, she offered a hand and lifted him off the ground. She slipped the flask back into his pocket, said something that he nodded to, and then gave his shoulder a friendly pat. A silence fell over the mass of 19, and the boss's eyebrows furrowed as he glanced back and forth at those surrounding him. Well, get to work, he bellowed. You know what we're looking for. Shit. I'd been so interested in watching the group that I'd stopped thinking about our escape. Grab your things, I whispered in a rush, turning from the window and throwing my own backpack over my shoulders. While Nomeko and Kara picked up their packs, I grabbed the duffel bag and rushed to the bedroom. The men outside were dispersing, no doubt, and we probably had mere seconds to get out the window and make a break for it. I shot to the bedroom window, hearing Kara and Nomeko come in behind me. I pushed up on the bottom pane, but it wouldn't budge. In my sudden panic, I'd missed the latch, and now I flicked it to unlock it, pushing up the window again. It still wouldn't move. Squinting, I peered through the dusty glass, only to find the window was nailed shut from the outside. We had to try to sneak out the front. There were unkempt bushes around the sidewalk that we might be able to use for cover. I backed up, about to turn around and lead the way to the front door, when Woof growled. Kara's eyes shot wide, and she knelt to keep him quiet. But before I could continue, there were voices from outside the living room. I had a buddy that used to live here, the man said, and I heard the screen door pop open. Closet, I murmured hastily. Go, go, go. Kara and Nomeko hurried into the closet, but it was so small for all three of us, and Woof to fit in. So I dodged to the other side and ducked under the desk, out of immediate view from the doorway. Kept an emergency stash in the wall. The voice continued, louder now as an unknown number of men came through the front door. My heart was racing. These people were wild, violent, unpredictable. If they found us, we were probably dead. Across the way, I could see that Kara and Nomeko were terrified too. But Kara was on her knees, dutifully pressing her hands over Woof's ears to try to keep him from giving us away. Let's see it then, said a second guy. There was a crash and a shattering of glass as they shoved the TV off of the stand and onto the floor, and then a loud whop of something breaking through the drywall. They dug around for a minute, breaking the wall further and further, searching for something hidden. Ha! The first man exclaimed. Told you. The other chuckled. Nice. They were quiet for a few seconds, no doubt gathering whatever they'd found. What do you make of that radio signal the boss intercepted? The military camp, outside of Pittsburgh. The second one clarified. There was a confirmatory hum. Worth a look. We've been running low on ammo. They should have at least a shit ton of that. The screen door popped open again, and a moment later, a British-accented female's voice sounded in the house.
How are you doing in here?
Me, baby. The first guy greeted in a tone sarcastically similar to the one the boss had used.
You find anything?
She asked impatiently, ignoring his teasing. Look, boasted the second man. Mia scoffed.
That's heroin, you useless cock.
Wasn't so useless to you the other night, retorted the first guy. And I know what it is. Here. There was another knock on the drywall, and then the crinkle of plastic wrap. This what you're looking for?
Better,
Mia agreed.
Put it in the bag.
Sorry, sweetheart, he disagreed. Heroin's mine. Boss gets the crystal.
You're not getting any of it,
Mia told him with unexpected ferocity. We get none? The man asked angrily. While his brother gets to do whatever the fuck he wants. That's bullshit and you know it.
You get plenty,
Mia told him.
And if you don't get your greedy junkie hands off of it, he's going to be very angry.
No. Mia sighed.
You're new here, so let me explain something to you,
she said, and a moment later, I knew she was talking to the second guy.
What Nikki's hinting at here is mutiny.
There was a gunshot so loud and unexpected that I flinched, and next came a thud as a body hit the floor.
Mutiny means death. Got it, dear?
Not even Kara's hand could keep the sound of the gunshot from reaching Wolf's ears, and in response to it, he snarled. I felt all the blood drain from my face when Mia audibly shushed her companion. We had to do something. I pulled my rifle around, motioning across the room for Kara to cock her shotgun. I could hear the creaking of the floorboards as Mia and the men crept closer to the room. Wolf growled menacingly again.
You come out now,
Mia called at us,
and we won't hurt you.
I gripped my rifle tighter in my hands, and suddenly I thought about the duffel bag of food on my back. If we had to run, it would slow me down considerably. But there was no way I was dropping it so these dangerous criminals could have it. My eyes wandered across to Kara and Amiko, and then dropped to the safe. An idea forming in my mind. I pulled the paper with the combination out of my pocket, memorizing the number one last time, and then tucked the note under the frame of the desk, where it was hidden. Then I pulled the duffel bag off my back, pointed at it so Nomeko could see, and mouthed the words, safe. Nomeko nodded with understanding, so I wound up preparing for the pain in my ribs that I knew would come with hurling the bag across the room. I threw it, but right as it left my grip, the criminal pair appeared in the doorway. The man raised his automatic weapon, instinctively aiming at the duffel bag. His sights followed it all the way to Nomeko, but the moment she caught it, Kara was already prepared. She pulled the trigger of her shotgun, littering the man's torso with shrapnel, while Nomeko stuffed the bag into the safe and shut the door. The very next second, Wolf took off, leaping at Mia before the woman could get a shot off. Go! I shouted, making a break for the bedroom door. We leapt after Wolf, who had his jaws clamped tight around Mia's gun arm. When we got past, Kara turned. Wolf! She called. The dog's eyes looked up. It released its hold on Mia's arm, making one last intimidating snap at her before running after us. I threw open the front door, and right as we darted out of it, Mia's first bullet went whizzing by my head. The closest cover to the mobile home was the forest across the street, on the other side of the tanks. We were headed directly for it, but Mia had already shouted for help. As we reached the edge of the first tank, a few men were running for us. Wolf changed course, backtracking to sink his teeth into the first guy he reached.
Wolf!
Kara shouted again, hesitating when she looked back and saw that 3 other guys were closing in on the dog. I skidded to a halt, turning on my heels to rush back and grab Kara by the arm, to drag her away because her life was more important. The moment of hesitation was enough for another man to catch up. He plowed into my side, taking me straight to the ground with such force that I felt shooting pain rip through my chest. Wolf yelped as one of them kicked him in the side.
No!
Kara yelled, and as the man who tackled me shifted to stand, I saw that Kara had been grabbed by 2 more, each of them holding one of her arms.
Let go of me! Dogen!
Wolf was snarling fiercely, head whipping every direction as he was surrounded now by a group of 5. The man who'd tackled me was on his feet, and he sent his foot crashing into my already broken ribs. I couldn't breathe, and I curled into a ball, in too much agony to think about fighting. I couldn't even make a sound. I couldn't find the breath to call out for Kara or Namiko.
"Somebody put that vicious beast in the goddamn cage!"
roared the leader. The man above me had pulled his gun, and with it in one hand, he hauled me off of the ground. Once on my feet, I could barely stand. The pain in my ribs was excruciating. Plus, I was panicked, breathing fast to try and supply my body with oxygen. But every time I inhaled, the pain tripled. I could barely get any air. If my lung hadn't completely collapsed, it was at least torn. That's when I realized I hadn't heard a peep from Namiko. I couldn't keep myself straight. I was bent at the waist, praying not to get hit again. But I lifted myself just enough to look for her. She hadn't made a sound because the freak had got to her, and now he was holding a knife to her throat. And he looked so happy about it. He was grinning, leaning around Namiko to see the fear on her face. Now that I was finally closer to him, I could see that his teeth were yellow and rotten. He was pale and feeble-looking, but what stood out more than anything was a crescent-shaped scar on his neck, perfectly visible, human tooth marks.
Dogen!
Kara yelled again. She struggled to get out of her captor's grasp, until one of them rapped the butt of his gun against the back of her head. Anger flared within me as she dropped to her knees. I started forward, intent on beating the shit out of the one that hit her, but the man with his gun on me sent his fist hard into my stomach. It knocked the wind out of me, and trying to get it back, I took in a deep, wheezing breath that only caused a pain in my ribs so severe it put white spots in my vision. A metallic clatter drew my eyes toward where Wolf was still surrounded. They had a feral in a cage they'd just set on the ground, but they shot it like it was nothing and dragged it out. Still snarling and baring his fangs, they closed in on the dog, backing him toward the crate. The moment he entered, one of them lunged forward, slamming the door on him. Wolf snapped, almost getting the man's hand, and when he realized he was trapped, his snarling intensified. He threw himself at the walls of the cage, trying to break loose.
"Shut up!"
one of the men yelled, ramming his foot into the side of the cage with such power it knocked Wolf off of his feet. The man at my side pushed me forward, directing me toward where Kara was still kneeling next to the leader and Mia, while the freak dragged Amiko over. We were surrounded. Our weapons had been taken, and I was too injured to put up any kind of a fight. We were completely out of options and with nowhere to go. We were dead.
They had a bag,
Mia told the leader. She was clutching at the arm Wolf tore into. Blood was dripping down her fingertips.
They stuffed it in a safe.
Things grew eerily quiet while the leader looked us over. The only audible sounds were my weak, gasping breaths and Wolf's diluted growls. After a minute, he strode up to me, studying me for a bit, and then nudged my ribs. I let out a cry of agony and dropped to my knees while laughter erupted from the group around us. The leader squatted down so that he was eye level with me again. "Dugan, is it?" I stared at him straight in his cold brown eyes, glaring. "I'm Jed." He glanced behind him at Kara while he asked, "She's not your daughter, right?" Then he looked back at me. "But you look after her." I clenched my jaw, debating about the right time to make a move. My knife was still in my pocket, the only weapon I had left, but I couldn't reach for it without them noticing. "I respect what you're doing. You know, kids, they're the future." "Yeah," I asked with venomous disbelief. "Then let us go." He sucked in a sarcastic breath through his teeth. "See, I can't do that. You killed one of my guys. Your dog hurt that beautiful woman there. And now I find out you're hiding things. What are you hiding?" I narrowed my eyes at him, slowly inching my hand toward my pocket. "Food? Ammo? Meds? You know the code to that safe?" My hand reached my pocket without being noticed, and in a flash I pulled the knife out and flipped it open. I lunged forward, but for being so large, Jed was swift. He jumped out of the way before I could stab him, and I hit the ground on my stomach. 2 men instantly pulled me up by the shirt, and the knife was wrenched out of my hand. Jed was laughing, his perfect teeth glowing amidst his copper facial hair. "You shouldn't have done that." I braced myself for a hit, preparing for more pain. Instead, Jed turned, leading with his fist, and his knuckles caught Kara in the side of the face.
Son of a bitch!
I shouted, pulling forward only to be yanked back. The barrel of the cold gun met my temple, and when I stopped struggling at the threat, Jed's smile grew. "What's the code to the safe?" he asked.
Don't tell him.
Kara coughed, splitting blood from her mouth and straightening back up to give Jed a defiant scowl. "Mia," Jed requested without turning his gaze from me, and Mia's fist caught the cheek on the other side of Kara's face. I took in a series of furious breaths, clenching my jaw and fist angrily. "My little brother," Jed began, pointing to the man who still had the knife to Namiko's throat. "He loves blood. Sick kid would probably bathe in it if you gave him the chance." He finally looked away from me to turn in a circle, motioning to all of his followers. "Isn't that right?" There was a collective and intimidating loud agreement from everyone at once. "If that freak," I growled, remembering how Jed had reacted when the culprit used that word, "hurts her, I will kill you." Jed's lips pursed with rage, and he turned again, smashing his fist once more into Kara's face. Wolf let out a ferocious snarl as Kara dropped, lying with her nose to the pavement while her ribs expanded with an agonized breath. It took her a minute to recover before straightening back up, but when she did, I felt an enraged and heartbroken misery. She was trying her best to be tough and take it, trying her best not to be afraid, but there was blood trickling from a fresh wound on her cheek, and her eyes were spilling tears. Once Kara was back up, Jed grabbed her by the coat collar, raising his fist in the air while he glowered at me.
"I want the combination!"
He didn't even wait. when out of the corner of his eye he saw Kara shake her head at me. He laid into her again, keeping her from falling with his grip on her jacket.
A girl her size?
He snarled at me.
How much you think she could take before it kills her?
He wound up once more.
Stop!
I hollered, water stinging my eyes, but he was already mid-swing. After he hit her the final time, he let her go, and she dropped to the street.
Don't!
I pleaded, sniffling, resisting the urge to run to her, because it would only make them hurt us more. 0, 3, 8, 1. I should have told him the combination before he ever hurt Kara. Please, 0, 3, 8, 1. Mia nodded at a woman standing nearby, and she scurried off into the mobile home to check the safe. She came back out hardly a minute later with our duffel bag in hand and dropped it to the asphalt at Jed's feet. Jed squatted down, unzipping the bag, and pulled out a can of food in each hand. "That's a beautiful thing," he boasted, dropping the cans back and handing the pack to someone else to load into the truck. "I got mouths to feed, you understand." I nodded compliantly. "Now let us go," I whispered. His gaze wandered to his brother and Amico. "Murph," he prompted. I looked over, almost relieved that he was going to let us free. But when my eyes locked on Murph's, every one of his disgusting teeth shone in an evil grin. He swiped his blade across Namiko's throat in one swift stroke, and took a step back as he pushed her forward.
No!
Kara screamed, and she tried to lurch forward but was caught by the men behind her. I didn't get a chance to react before Jed grabbed my coat in both his fists and pulled me to him menacingly. "I ever see you again?" And he made an indicative glance toward Kara. "You will be begging me to put you both out of your misery." He shoved me away from him. "You have 60 seconds to get the fuck out of my sight." I ignored the stabbing he'd put back in my chest and sprinted to Kara. I pulled her out of the man's grasp.
"Let's go."
But she wouldn't come. She tried to lunge forward again, intent on getting Murph. I wrapped one of my arms around her torso, trying desperately to hold her back.
"Kara, please,"
I begged. She was kicking, yelling incoherently as she fought my grip. She kept knocking into my broken ribs. It felt like she was stabbing them into my lung every time. But I ground my teeth through the pain. I wasn't going to lose her. I dragged her toward the woods across the street, desperate to find cover, because I wasn't sure Jed wouldn't come after us. Kara was screaming for Namiko and Wolf, trying to pry my arm from her waist. The pain she was causing me wasn't just excruciating, but she was making me exert energy that I simply didn't have. I could barely breathe just standing around, and the more she fought, the more oxygen I needed that I wasn't getting. I pulled her as far as I could into the woods until I couldn't take it anymore, and then she broke free out of my grasp.
"Dugan!"
she yelled furiously, tears streaming down her cheeks.
"You just stood there! You stood there and you let them kill Namiko! They have Wolf!"
"Stop!" I wheezed. I felt so weak, I could hardly keep on my feet. "You need to be quiet." Tears filled my own eyes once more. I felt guilty. I thought we'd saved Namiko, but all we'd really done was bring her to a faster death. Now Wolf was gone too, and Kara would never forgive me for being weak. I didn't hear anyone coming after us, but I couldn't be sure. I staggered forward, about to take hold of Kara again, because I didn't know if she'd try to run back to save Wolf.
"Let me go,"
she cried, pushing against my chest to back me up. The pain, the panic, the fighting, the lack of air. It was too much. At her shove, I dropped to the forest floor. My vision blurred, and I felt lightheaded as I gasped for each shallow breath.
Dugan?
Kara finally calmed enough to notice my state, and her voice came out a worried sob.
I'm so sorry.
She was fading.
Dugan, I'm sorry.
She dropped to her knees at my side.
Don't go,
she pleaded. A blood-stained tear dropped from her chin and hit me in the cheek. But I was so far gone that I couldn't even feel it.
I don't know what to do. Please.
I blacked out. Chapter 36. Need you here now. Dugan. I paused from searching through my backpack to glance across the small room at where my wife and daughter were. Christina was trying to sleep with her head in Patricia's lap, but she hadn't done much resting since I told her Topper had run away, and it didn't help that sunlight was pouring through the curtainless windows. Then we'd had to leave our apartment. There was no remaining food to be found in the building. After a few weeks, it was time to leave, and since then, none of us had hardly slept. Now there was only one can of food left in my backpack. I was hungry, and I knew I wasn't the only one. I pulled it out, my eyes wandering from it to Patricia. She met my gaze, and then her big brown eyes dropped to the can in my hands. She knew it was the last one, and she also knew what I was thinking, that Christina should have it.
Chrissy,
Patricia nudged her to get her to sit up.
Have something to eat.
I popped the lid off of the tomato soup, carrying it over with the spoon I took from the bag. Christina had been starving, because even though she hated tomato soup, she didn't protest when I put the cold food in her hands. As I strode back to my bag to zip it up, Patricia followed. She'd been so quiet lately, ever since she saved me from that man in our apartment. Sometimes she disappeared in her own mind, and it took an effort to bring her back again. We need to find food, I murmured, turning to face her and sitting down at the edge of the table my bag was on. We'd made our way to the condo we were in, hoping to find some, but the entire place had been emptied. She nodded, reaching around me to set her hand on the end of the bat we'd brought.
I should go out tonight, while you stay here with Christina.
No, I protested immediately. The mere thought of her going out there alone filled me with fright. It wasn't just ferals I was worried about. There were survivors, some of who would do anything to take what we had.
You're stronger than I am. You can protect her,
she argued quietly, so our daughter wouldn't hear.
But I'm smaller. I can get into places more easily. I'd be back before you know it.
Trish, no, I said more firmly. What if you didn't make it back? I reached up to take her face in my hands. She was disappearing again, and I needed her to look at me. We have to stay together. The idea of losing her or Chrissy was too much. Letting either of them out of my sight terrified me.
Dugan.
No, I repeated, and her gaze fell with the undertone of frustration. Hey, look at me, baby, I said gently, and waited until she did. We'll figure it out. I dropped my hands to her shoulders and pulled her close to hug her, and we'll do it together. When I let Patricia go, she backed away, sniffled, and wiped a hand across her cheek. She wasn't okay. I knew it weeks ago, but I didn't know how to bring it up. Didn't know if she wanted to talk about it, and the last thing that I wanted to do was force her to relive it. Not knowing what to say to her, I strode over to our daughter, who was dipping her spoon into the can as I sat down. How's your soup?"
Gross.
she sighed, tilting the can toward me so I could see that she'd eaten half of it.
I'm not hungry anymore.
I took the soup from her and held it out to my wife. "Trish." She was still at the table, the fingers of one hand still toying with the bat, but she waved her other hand with dismissal.
I'm not hungry.
"Please," I pleaded. It hadn't just been sleep we weren't getting, but Patricia hadn't been eating much either. I wasn't sure if it was her emotional state, or if she was trying to sacrifice so Christina and I would have more, but I wouldn't allow it now. Not when I wasn't sure if or when we'd eat again. She paced over to take the can from me, and then went back to sit at the edge of the table to eat. "Come here," I said to Christina, patting my lap. She climbed onto my legs, stretching her own legs out and slouching down so that she could lean her head back onto my shoulder. I wrapped my arms around her tiny torso while asking, "Did you fall asleep at all?"
A little.
she answered, dropping her small hands over mine with tired discouragement. "Did you have any good dreams?" Her head shook against my shoulder.
Only a bad one.
I squeezed her a little tighter to offer some comfort. "You want to tell me about it?" Christina took in a deep breath to explain sadly.
I dreamed that Topper was looking for us.
My eyebrows furrowed instantly with emotion, and when I glanced up, I found that Trish had looked at me when Chrissy said that. When I met her gaze, however, she glanced away.
And he was crying, and the monsters got him.
"Oh," I hummed consolingly. "I'm sure Topper's just fine." Before I could say anything else, the can clattered down onto the table. Trish dropped it noisily, and then tramped to the second-story window to look out of it. I explained to her why I had to kill Topper, but she didn't agree with it. She thought we should have set him loose, even if he'd follow us, and given him a chance to fend for himself. But the dog would have been eaten alive if we did that. He wasn't wild or tough, just a domesticated house pet, a step away from being a lapdog. I ran a hand over Christina's forehead, brushing back her curly black hair. "Try to sleep some more, okay? Daddy's right here." She did, and it wasn't long after I leaned my head back against the wall that I fell asleep too. By the time I woke up again, the sun had gone down. Through the moonlight that shone through the windows, I could see Patricia's silhouette sitting once more on the table. She had the bat between her dangling legs, spinning it in slow, thoughtless circles. "Did you get any rest?" I asked, but she didn't hear me. She was gone again. "Trish." Still nothing. "Patricia," I prompted louder, and this time her head turned toward me. "Did you get any rest?" I repeated.
I've been sitting here,
she whispered, her head turning toward the window.
thinking that I should have gone out while you were sleeping to find food.
"I told you not to," I said worriedly, almost panicked that she was considering it that seriously.
I know what you said,
she mumbled. I shifted my daughter off my lap, careful not to wake her, and then stood to make my way to Trish. "Hey," I said quietly, and when I reached her, I moved the bat away so that I could stand between her legs. "What's going on with you?" Her head dropped, and she leaned forward to rest it against my chest. I folded my arms over her back and sighed. "Trish, you're exhausted." "What are we gonna do, Dugan?" she asked, sounding frustrated as she picked her head up. "We don't have a plan. No real weapons. No food." Her hands clutched at the denim over her knees.
You killed our daughter's dog. I killed
She choked on the word.
a man, a real human being.
She wiped a stream of tears from her face.
Everything we built for her,"
she said, pointing at our sleeping daughter,
"is gone, and she's going to grow up in this. Terrified every minute of every day. What if she ever has to do what we've done? Our baby."
She buried her face against my chest again, taking in a deep breath to calm herself.
"What are we doing?"
"I'll tell you what we're doing," I said. "We're surviving. You grew up in South Central. I know you know what surviving is." At that, she let out an amused huff against my chest. Glad that I'd almost gotten a laugh, I pulled back so that I could get her to look at me. "We've been through so much together. I mean, I survived your mother all those years." This time she did let out a teary-eyed laugh and gave me a swat on the shoulder. "Don't get distant on me now," I begged, taking her face in my hands again. "I can't do this without you. Chrissy can't do this without you." Patricia nodded, and after pecking me on the lips, wrapped her arms tight around my waist.
"We should go look for food,"
she mused as she pulled away.
"While it's still dark out."
"Are you sure you're up for it?" I asked, taking in her state of exhaustion, the dark circles beneath her brown eyes. "We can wait if you need sleep." She shook her head. "I want to search the place real quick. Can you wake Chrissy up?" This time she nodded, and I wandered off to do a brief search through the condo. Eventually, I found my way to the balcony, where whoever had lived here had stored their water gear. There was a wetsuit and snorkel gear, but what caught my eye was the fishing spear. It had 3 sharp prongs at the end of it, and it was just short enough to not break if I stabbed any ferals with it. There was also a dive knife, complete with a sheath that I could strap around my forearm. By the time I found my way back to my wife and daughter, they both had their backpacks on and were ready to go. I passed Trish the spear so that she could take a look at it, approving, while I pulled my own bag over my shoulder. After she handed it back, we trekked to the front door, and I put one finger to my lips to remind Chrissy to be quiet while I opened it. We hadn't gotten to search any of the other 3 condos attached to this one. The first thing we did was make our way across the short outdoor hall to the unit across the way. I tried the handle, but it was locked tight. Reluctant to kick the door in because of the noise it would make, I studied outside, glancing around the corner. There was a window around the side of the building that I could see was open. "I'm going through the window," I whispered, handing Trish the spear so that I could climb my way to it. In response to the concerned look on her face, I pointed at the weapon strapped to my arm. "I have a knife." I strode to the railing that enclosed the hall of the 2nd floor we were on, and climbed up onto it. There was a gutter pipe attached to the outside, so I used it to steady myself while I stretched one foot toward the windowsill. It was just too far for me to reach, and making a jump was the only way I'd get there. My eyes wandered to the ground some 20 feet below me. If I fell, at least it probably wouldn't kill me. I took a deep breath, gathering the nerve to make the leap. Then I hopped sideways. My first foot landed on the ledge, but as the toes of my 2nd foot touched down, they slipped. I teetered backwards, hearing my wife gasp as I lost balance. Right before I dropped completely, my arm shot backwards, and I set my palm against the down-hanging lip of the roof. I was still leaning uncomfortably back, and now my heart was beating hysterically, but at least I was still safe. Stretching my free hand toward the open window, only to get me within inches of it, I was going to have to push off the lip and risk falling again. I shut my eyes tight and took another deep breath. Then I bent my arm, working up the rhythm. I pulsed again, gathering the strength. After the 3rd time, I pushed off the lip as hard as I could, reaching for the window with my other hand. My fingers tore through the screen and closed around the inside of the frame. The rip of the screen was loud, and after I knew I wasn't going to fall, I perched there tensely, waiting to see if there were any ferals inside that had heard it. No sound came, so I popped the screen off and set it quietly on the inside. Climbing through the window, I still kept an eye out for any threats, and made my way to the front door to unlock it. Patricia and Christina wandered in when I opened it for them, and my wife handed me back the spear. I went through every room with my family at my side, me with the spear in both hands, ready to stab, and Trish with the bat poised over her shoulder, ready to swing. It was clear, and even more worth celebrating, was the plethora of canned and boxed goods in the kitchen. The boxed things like cereal were too bulky to take in our backpacks, so I reached into the cupboard and pulled out 3 massive bowls. "You want Fruit Loops?" I asked Chrissy, pointing to one of the boxes. "Or Cocoa Pebbles?"
"Cocoa Pebbles,"
she said with an eager grin. I poured my daughter a large bowl and stuck a spoon into it. "Trish?" She held her bowl toward me.
"Fruit Loops."
"There you go," I said happily, dumping the contents into her dish. Then I filled my own to the brim with a mixture of the two. Chrissy giggled at me for mixing them, and I playfully poked my spoonful of variety at her lips. When she finally gave in and was about to take a bite, however, I snickered and stuffed it into my own mouth. She giggled even harder, giving me a light-hearted push. Even though there was no milk, it was a delicious meal, made better by the fact that we could stuff ourselves on it because we wouldn't be able to take it all. We finished off 2 whole boxes, and then I took a bag of Cheerios out of its box, and because my pack was full of canned things, I stuffed it into Patricia's bag. "Next place?" I asked, to which my wife nodded. We exited the unit and crept down the stairs to the one on the first floor. The door to this one was cracked open. It put me on edge instantly, and I motioned to Trish to have the bat ready. I eased open the door and shut it behind us once we'd all made it in, but the curtains to the windows of this condo were pulled shut, and no moonlight could brighten the interior. Pulling the small flashlight from my pocket, I clicked it on and moved it around the living area. There was nothing there, but when my beam made it to the kitchen, it illuminated 2 sleeping ferals. I hastily clicked the light off, worried it would wake them. Then I grabbed Chrissy by the shoulders, moving her into the safety of the corner near the door. Trish and I started forward, our second-rate weapons at the ready. We'd only made it a few steps before something crashed to the floor. My head whipped toward the source, only to find that Trish had frozen. I don't know if it's because of how dark it was, or because she wasn't at 100% because of how little sleep she was getting, but she'd bumped into the end table and knocked a lamp onto the floor. The ferals shot up at the noise, and when their sights landed on us, one of them roared. I pulled back my arm as the first one came charging at us, and when I got close enough, I jammed forward, springing the tips of the spear into its chest. The second one shot toward us, and Trish lunged ahead of me, bringing the bat down on it with a massive thud. I fought with the feral at the end of my spear. It kept pushing against the weapon, trying to get at me as though it didn't feel any pain at all. There was another wallop as Trish hit her feral a second time. I pushed against the spear, taking the feral to the ground and plunging the point even deeper into its heart. Another thump. The creature's fighting died down, and moments later ceased. I yanked the spear out, immediately hurrying over to my daughter. She'd turned away, and now had her face buried in the corner. Chrissy. I pulled her from the wall, turning her around and hugging her to me. "It's okay. Don't cry." I was about to tell her she was safe, but in the quiet, I heard a shuffling through the bushes outside. I let go of my daughter, and I crept to the window, leaning my head closer to listen. Just as I pulled away, there was a massive thud against the front door. Chrissy shrieked with fright. My eyes shot open to a dark world, and I gasped for air. The pain tore through my chest with a vengeance, premating straight down to my stomach. I turned onto my side as I retched, clutching at my agonized chest, while the sheer pain caused me to vomit. Kara dropped to her knees at my back, and her hand barely set on my arm.
"Dugan,"
she breathed worriedly. I threw up again, and spat to get the putrid taste out of my mouth, even though I needed air that I could only get by breathing deeper. I took fast, shallow breaths, terrified of reviving the severe torment. I dropped onto my back and shut my eyes tight against the ache that simply moving caused. Kara sniffled.
"Please stay awake,"
she pleaded, squeezing my hand like she was afraid of touching me anywhere else. As I took in a wheezing breath, there was a click, and when I opened my eyes, I found that Kara had grabbed the lighter out of my backpack and flicked it on. What I saw put tears in my eyes. I don't know how long I'd been out for, but during that time, her face had swollen. One of her eyes was nearly shut because of the gaping wound in her cheek, surrounded by a miserable rainbow of black and blue. Her bottom lip was busted, and her eyes were soggy from crying. "Kara," I whispered, as I felt a hot tear slide out of the side of my eye. I raised a hand, dismally touching the backs of my fingers to the healthier side of her face. "I'm so sorry."
"It's okay," she whimpered. "Just please stay awake, Dugan. I'm scared."
My eyes fluttered close against another achy breath. "I can't," I mumbled, already growing weak. Before I faded once more, I managed to murmur again, "I'm sorry." My hand shot over Chrissy's mouth to stifle the remainder of a shriek. It was too late, and after a collection of muffled snarls from the other side of the door, a feral slammed against it again. I frantically searched for an escape. The sliding doors across the living room. "Go!" I whispered loudly, motioning toward the exit. I followed behind Trish and Christina toward the doors as there was an even harder thud. Just when we got them open, 3 ferals came crashing through the front. We rushed out, and while Patricia vaulted over the waist-high fence that enclosed the small yard, I slammed the glass door shut. When I reached the fence, I grabbed Chrissy under her arms, throwing her over it. She took off sprinting ahead of Trish, who waited for me to propel myself over the wood. My feet touched down as the glass shattered behind us, and we started across the expanse of the grassy field toward the collection of houses across the park. The feral's heavy breaths were sounding close behind us, and in mere seconds, Trish and I had caught up to Chrissy. I scooped her off the ground, pushing my legs past their limit with the extra weight, and it didn't help that the grass began to slope uphill. Trish slowed to run at my side, but slowing down allowed the first feral to catch up. With a bat in hand, Trish spun, knocking it to the ground as it made a grab for my shirt. I forced my feet to carry us faster, and as the metallic ping of the bat crashing against the next feral sounded through the air, we reached the back of the first house. There was a ladder leaned up against the side, leading to the roof. I threw Chrissy onto it, instantly turning to stab my spear into the closest feral. I kicked the dead creature off, as Trish smashed the bat against another, and was about to lunge for the next one when she pointed toward our daughter.
"Go with her,"
she called, winding up to hit another one. I launched myself up the ladder to make sure Chrissy was okay at the top. I got 3/4 of the way before a feral's hands clamped down on my ankles. It nearly pulled me all the way back down, but I tightened my hold on the ladder and shook. Its grip loosened enough for me to grab the edge of the roof, and then it fastened its fingers around me again. I shook it once more, relying on all of my arm strength to keep me up while I took both feet off of the ladder, trying to kick the feral off of me. I smashed the sole of my free shoe against its face, and as it pummeled back down, it reached for the ladder, taking that down too with a crash. I pulled myself onto the roof, because these houses were built on a hill. Where this roof ended, the second floor of another unit began. I backed Chrissy to the wall of the connected home. "Don't move," I instructed, and then sprinted back to the edge of the roof. With the ladder fallen, Trish couldn't climb up, but with 2 ferals on the ground, there was no time for her to set it upright again. Her bat smashed against the shoulder of a feral, but the second one was getting off the ground to lunge at her. I pulled my arm back with the spear in hand, hoping my aim was even a little accurate. Then I sent it flying. It sailed through the air, piercing through the feral's thigh. The creature dropped with a ferocious roar, clutching at the spear. "Trish, jump!" I said frantically, knowing she only had a moment before either feral recovered and attacked her again. She sprinted, her feet landing against the side of the house for leverage, as she made a leap upward. I dropped to my knees and I bent over enough to grab her hands, and then began hauling backwards, dragging her up onto the roof. We both fell back when I pulled her up, panting for air. She hardly waited to recover before her gaze darted up, searching for Chrissy. The moment Trish found our daughter, I watched her eyes widen with terror.
"No!"
she hollered, pushing against the roof to scramble up. I turned my head just in time to see a feral drop from the second-story window level with the roof. Its feet hardly touched down before it thrust itself at Chrissy. I rolled and vaulted up, but it was too late for either of us to do something. The feral crashed down into her, and as it buried its teeth into her shoulder and took her down, she let out a blood-curdling scream. Patricia dashed forward in such a panic she didn't even take the bat with her. I sprinted after her with a weapon in hand. She lunged at the feral, tackling it away from our daughter, and before it could take a bite out of her too, I cracked the bat over its forehead. Trish rolled, scooping Chrissy up while I hit the feral again and again, until I was sure it would never bite anyone ever again. Chrissy was bawling, clutching at the wound on her shoulder. Trish had tears streaming down her face as she squeezed our daughter to her.
"My baby,"
Trish sobbed. Through the fresh, heartbroken agony in my chest, I felt my eyes fill with fiery tears, but I could hear the ferals below clawing at the wall of the house, trying to get up here. "We have to get inside," I told Trish. I ushered her toward the window the feral had climbed out of, and went in first with the bat still in hand. There was one more feral inside, but when it snarled at me, I rushed forward with hot fury. I whipped the bat around, hitting the creature so hard it tumbled a few feet sideways, finally landing on its back on the floor. I didn't give it a chance to rise. I jumped forward, bringing the bat down repeatedly. I was so upset I didn't know if I would ever stop. The only thing that snapped me out of it were Trish's cries. It took me nearly a minute to turn. I was so terrified of what was coming next. We'd climbed into a bedroom, and Trish had set Chrissy on the bed, and now she was kneeling at the side, tears dripping from her eyes into the light fabric. I hurried over, bringing my backpack around to pull a large piece of gauze from the medical supplies. My eyes blurred as I climbed onto the bed and pressed the gauze against Chrissy's shoulder. Her skin was already so hot. She wasn't bawling anymore. It didn't even look like she was in pain. She just kept looking from me to her mom. And the only reason it appeared like she was still letting out soft whimpers is because of how scared we looked. Trish sobbed, taking hard breaths as she buried her face against Chrissy's stomach. I wiped my arm across my eyes, trying to work the tears loose so that I could see what I was doing with the gauze. But once they came loose, they wouldn't stop. They kept cascading down my face. "It's okay," I told Chrissy. Really, I was only trying to convince myself. "It's gonna be okay." Chrissy believed me because she lifted her head to look at Trish.
"I'm gonna be okay, Mom."
What little composure Trish had fell apart. She lifted her head as her face twisted with agony, and she dropped back away from the bed. She groaned, pulling her knees to her chest and wrapping her arms around them so that she could hide her face again, and she released a muffled wail. I tried to hold it together. Chrissy didn't know what getting bit meant, and I didn't want to frighten her in her last minutes. "Chrissy," I whispered, leaning to plant a despairing kiss on her forehead.
"I'm cold,"
she repeated, body shaking with a shiver. I squeezed my eyes shut, forcing out the tears so I could see her face clearly. It could only be a minute now until the fever took her. She was too small to fight it for long. Trish was quiet now, but her shoulders kept rocking with constant sobs. Chrissy blinked slow, like it took an effort to open her eyes again. "I love you," I told her, brushing her hair from her face and wiping a small tear from her eye. "I love you so much."
"I love you too, Daddy,"
she whispered tiredly. She blinked slow again, and the next time her eyes shut, they didn't open again. With the fresh misery, I let out an angry yell, and out of frustration, I threw the useless and blood-stained gauze across the room. Trish mumbled something into her arms, but I couldn't make it out what she said, and I was too miserable to ask. Eventually she glanced up, tears still streaming down her cheeks.
"You can't let her turn."
I'd known it, but actually hearing it caused a flurry of panic, and my eyes shot from Trish to our sleeping daughter.
"You have to do it,"
Trish said with dismal urgency.
"You have to do it before she turns,"
she said frantically, sniffling and running a long sleeve of her flannel beneath her nose. Chrissy had at least a day before she turned or the fever killed her, but I knew sitting around waiting for it would be torture for the both of us. My eyes wandered from my wife to the knife around my arm. My fingers brushed the handle, causing a pang in my heart that made me purse my lips to hold back a sob. I pulled the blade from its sheath, tightening my hand around the grip. I didn't know where to do it, and I raised my other trembling hand to work my fingers into my creased brow. Now my whole body was quivering with terror, with despair, and with guilt. I set the pointed tip of the blade against the center of my daughter's chest, and took in a deep breath to try and work up the nerve. My eyes shut tight once more as I held that breath in, and everything went quiet around me. "I love you, Daddy." That was all I could hear, repeated in my ears again and again. I held that breath so long I felt lightheaded, and when I finally let it out again, it happened through a wretched sob. "I can't," I wept. I slid off of the bed, tossing the knife across the room before I collapsed to the wood floor. "I can't." I buried my face in my hands, sobbing so hard the tears seeped through my fingers. It was only minutes later I felt the bed move just slightly, and then I heard the soft sound of a kiss, and I knew Trish was saying goodbye. My wife sniffled, but the next moment I felt the shift of energy, a horrifying change of mood that caused me to look back. Patricia had her eyes squeezed shut, but tears were still slipping out because she had one hand over Chrissy's mouth and the other against her nose. I looked away. I couldn't watch. Didn't even want to think about what she was doing, no matter how necessary it was. But that energy escalated. I love you, Daddy. The bed shifted again, a dying twitch from a limb of that precious child. I love you. I sobbed harder, shaking my head, trying to get the voice out of my mind. Daddy. I shoved my hands over my ears. I couldn't breathe. I felt lightheaded again. I wanted to scream. I love you, Daddy. Silence. The whole world stopped. I couldn't feel it anymore. I couldn't feel anything. Everything was still for what seemed like hours. Then Patricia strode around to my side of the bed and continued past the door. When she reached it, I finally looked up. I met her sad brown eyes, but she looked angry with me. She didn't want to be here right now. I didn't want to look at her either. I couldn't. She only watched me for a moment before going out the door, and she pulled it shut behind her. Chrissy! I called, my eyes shooting open again. At least this time I didn't inhale deeply. Someone dropped down on my side.
Dugan,
she said.
It's me. It's Kara.
I couldn't help it. My eyes flooded, and I threw a hand over them so Kara wouldn't see me cry. It only took a few seconds for me to compose myself. This poor girl had been sitting here for God knows how long, probably worried sick about me and scared. I remembered her telling me that. It was daylight now. After a sniffle, I took as deep a breath as my broken body would allow, and then I removed my hand. Kara, I sighed. I must have looked a little better, or at least like I wasn't going to drift off again, because her busted lip pulled into a smile.
I thought you were gonna die,
she said, her voice broken by a mix of crying laughter. I motioned for her hand, needing help to sit up. You're not, I grunted as she helped me upright, and adjusted to lean back against the nearest tree. You're not getting rid of me that easy. Moving around like that gave me the urge to cough, but that seemed like it'd be even more painful than breathing, so I cleared my throat, fighting back the impulse. Charon knelt in front of me, looking like she wanted to do something to help, but unsure of what that could be. We didn't have any food for her to offer, or any water. Clearly neither of us knew how to care for broken ribs and pierced lung. Sit down, I told her, patting the ground beside me. I'm okay. She got up to grab something a few feet away, and then she sat down near me with a stick in her lap. In one of her hands she was holding a small rock, which I could see she'd been using to sharpen one end of the stick to a point. How are you feeling? I asked.
My whole head hurts,
she answered quietly, staring down at the stone.
But my heart hurts more.
I didn't know what to say to that, so I pursed my lips in a sad smile. How long was I out for? She ran the rock over the end of the stick before saying,
A day.
Kara, I breathed sincerely. I couldn't imagine how frightened she'd been. I'm so sorry. She shrugged.
It's not like you could help it.
She rubbed more fiercely at the makeshift spear, like talking about it was making her angry.
They did it to you.
Kara, I prompted. To the force she was applying to the stick, she grunted in acknowledgement. Is that for protection?
No.
She picked up her furious pace, working so rapidly that I began to worry she might cut herself on the sharp end.
I'm gonna ram it through that Murphy's heart, and then Mia's. And then I'm gonna kill Jed 1,000 damn times.
Slow down, I pleaded gently. The day I'd been unconscious was enough for her to stew in the events, to turn her heartbreak into a need for revenge.
For what they did to you and me,
she continued angrily.
For Namiko. And if they hurt Wolf, then it's for him too.
Kara, I repeated, but she wasn't listening. I huffed with pain in order to lean forward, grabbing her hand to stop her. Kara. She froze, and when she finally looked up, her dark hazel eyes were full of tears. Come here, kid, I said endearingly, holding out one arm. She scooted herself all the way to my side, leaning her head against me after I dropped my arm over her shoulders.
What are we gonna do?
She asked through a sniffle.
They took everything.
Did you hear those guys talking about the military base outside of Pittsburgh? Kara nodded while carefully wiping her fingers over her moistened cheeks. We're gonna go there, and if Jed didn't make it there yet, we're gonna warn them. We're gonna tell them who Jed is and who Murphy is, and Mia. Her shoulders shook with a delicate sob.
What if we're too late?
At her question, all I could see was Murph's sadistic smile when he killed Namiko. Was Jed's fist laying again and again into Kara's face. They were still out there, still dangerous, still capable of hurting other people the way they'd hurt us. Then we'll scour the country looking for them, and if Wolf is still alive, then we're gonna rescue him no matter what it takes. She leaned forward, turned to look at me, in shock that I felt almost the same way she did. Keep that spear, Kara, I told her with resolve, because I promise you, we'll find them.